Today is Monday, April 27th, 2026. This is notice a special session of the County Board of Supervisors. And as you know, we're in the middle of budget. And by the way, this is the halfway mark. So we're almost there. Yeah, really. And we really appreciate all of your everybody's thoughtfulness and commitment to this budget process, and you make it easier for us to do a very difficult job. So thank you all. Our first order of business is call to order. I am Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and the chair of the board. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Yate Epene, thank you for being here today. It's always great to see staff here. And I just want to point out today is Sovereignty Day for the Navajo Nation. And sovereignty is the supreme, absolute, and independent authority of a state to govern itself, manage its own affairs, and make laws within the territory without external interference. It signifies ultimate control and autonomy, including the power to enforce laws and manage its foreign relations. So basically, there's a lot of autonomy going on, there's independence, all this comes with it, with a Sovereignty Day. So my kids called me this morning, they're, oh, Mom, today is a Sovereignty Day. We're all not working today. I said, well, you go down to the farm and start farming the area and finish the irrigation for me. So I just want to say thank you, and I feel really special today because of Sovereignty Day. But we have to work today, but it's okay. I really enjoy my job too. So, and I just want to bring that up before we really got into the midst of the meeting. Thank you.
In District 5.
Thank you. She nasha, she nasha, she nasha, she nasha, that is a song, and it's a longer song. It's just the beginning. She nasha, nasha. That song was sung after the release of the people from Fort Sumner. And to this day, we sing that. The words are they're very simple, and yet it's just saying, I am still here. I'm alive. I'm going home. And so today, when we think about Navajo Hojo, that is the song that we sing, and it's a prayer song. It's when we say Hojo, it's joy, happiness, peace, and confidence in yourself. Very much, a lot of teachings and all of that. When we in the interpretation, it's very simple to say harmony and all this, but there's a lot more meaning to all of that. So that's what we're going through right here with all the challenges that is coming before us from all of the departments. And we can always apply that song to everything that we do. There's challenges, but there's ways to overcome them. So thank you. And I'm Lena Fowler, District 5.
All right. Well, with singing to start the budget, I think it's going to go great. So thank you for that song. And we're going to go forward in our second order of business, turn this over to the county manager, who he and his staff are doing a great job with Siri on keeping us organized. So please start us out.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and supervisors Begay and Fowler, thank you for that introduction and discussion of the relevance of the day. Today for budget, we start with Superintendent of Schools. Our morning consists of Superintendent of Schools, Public Fiduciary, and Parks and Recreation. They are all here this morning. And then this afternoon, Health and Human Services and Elections. And I saw Esler Musta came in as well. So we have a full day today. And whoever thought that such difficult discussions could also be a team-building exercise, but as I was reflecting on last week, it's such great departments and looking forward to continuing those conversations with our board and our elected officials and department directors. So with that, I'll turn it to Eric to introduce Superintendent of Schools. Thanks. It's good to be back Monday morning, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Madam Chair and members. It's good to be here on a Monday morning, as the manager said, and in honor of Sovereignty Day and County Government Month. It's good to be living in a land where we have 8 sovereigns, 8 sovereign governments in this county: our federal government, our state government, and our 6 tribal entities that exist in and throughout Coconino County. As we begin the Superintendent of Schools presentation, I want to remind you that you intersect with the Superintendent of Schools in many different areas, not just sitting as the Board of Supervisors, but also as the Jail District Board of Directors. Secure care, the education of children, both in the juvenile facility, but also in the adult facility under Arizona law, is a requirement placed on the Superintendent of Schools. So through the Jail District, you have a function of interaction and partnership with the superintendent in that world as well. If we turn to the Superintendent's tab, you will find the items included and recommended for the budget, or you can find it on the pink and green sheet as well. We have included and recommended the 5% CPI, as we said. There is Teacher of the Year funding included, the $3,000 recurring. That will then eliminate the need for any CI or future support from the board in the past ways we have done it by including it in this budget. Most notably and largely, the $500,000 Accommodation School District Reserve Fund. The superintendent met with each of you prior to this budget process throughout the year to talk about some of the needs in she sees in her field. And that reserve fund will require an IGA to be developed between you and the superintendent of schools. So the budget funds it. Bill Ring is working on the IGA now for the terms and conditions for use of the reserve fund, which will need to be approved by both the elected superintendent and yourself. We plan to have that back in time for an adoption concurrent with the budget, so that by July 1, the use of that fund is understood, as well as the funding in that fund. And we obviously will take your input as we get the draft back and make sure we have the document for one-on-ones with you. Not included were other items that you see listed in gray. I want to point out that with the SRS funding change that we made, we felt that this was the appropriate recommendation to make to you. And I again harken back to that SRS win for the schools, increased funding going to school systems, an increase into the general fund as well, and then moving many of the positions that the superintendent wanted into the general fund. So I think we have come to an agreement with the superintendent and an understanding on the budget that is a remarkable win for all of us. I again want to applaud Siri for some of the great thinking that she put into the SRS problem as we talked about how do we do this and how do we do so in a way that helps continue our long-term financial planning as a county. I also want to applaud the superintendent for her diligent advocacy for education in and throughout with our federal and state partners, but also with all of us. So with that, I'll turn it to the superintendent unless you have any questions of me.
Any questions, members of the board? All right, we will hear from our superintendent of schools. Good morning.
It's Monday morning.
It is bright, shiny faces.
And so, good morning, Chair Horstman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. But before we get started, I'd like to introduce some members of the Superintendent of Schools team.
Hello, thank you for being here. My name's Lee Irby, Executive Director.
Good morning. My name's Anilda Sutton, and I'm the lead school psychologist for Coconino County Schools.
Good morning. My name's Kate Malone, and I'm the literacy coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mark Williams, and I'm the business manager, I&D division, superintendent of schools.
Thank you all for being with us this morning.
Got the clicker down, so we'll get going here. All right. As you guys, know, when people think of schools, we think of classrooms, much like on our slide here. But what they don't always see is our schools are often the first place people turn to when life gets hard. We're not just educating students, we're stabilizing families and, in many cases, communities. So today isn't just about budget, it's about the infrastructure behind community well-being and Coconino County's economic vitality. Okay. Oh, okay. As you look at our mission and our values, and we're really working on reestablishing our values, and our number one value, which you don't see on this slide, is integrity, because we do everything from a place of integrity. And so if we are very serious about advancing the county's priorities, health, safety, and economic vitality, then education has to be a part of that strategy. Because the reality is education is where those priorities show up first, whether they're addressed early or they're going to cost more down in the future. Our agency operates at that critical intersection where students' needs are, workforce development, and community well-being are met. We're not just supporting school, we're strengthening the systems that drive long-term economic growth, reduce strain on public services, and improve the quality of life across Coconino County. Leveraging education as one of the most effective tools we have to deliver on the county's mission. All right, here's our org chart. And if you look off to the one side, it is our accommodation district. And then if you look off to the other side, it's our education service agency, which is made up of fiscal and elections division, as well as the innovation and development division. And as you can see, we have a pretty lean team. What stands out is that a large portion of the work, especially in innovation and development, is not funded by the general fund. It's powered by grants and fee-for-service programs. That means we are actively bringing resources into the county, not just relying on them. So this structure reflects both reach and efficiency. We're stretching dollars while meeting the needs of our schools. So behind this chart isn't just a structure, it's capacity, it's partnerships, and a lot of leveraging, excuse me. Oops. As we look at aligning to our priorities, I know most of them got put in economic vitality, but I believe we're a good cross-section between economic vitality and community well-being. Because everything we do drives strong two outcomes: workforce and healthier communities. When education works, the economy follows because businesses depend on a skilled workforce. And when students are supported early through literacy, mental health, and family engagement, we reduce strains on our public service systems. So the impact that you see by being aligned to economic vitality and community well-being is immediate and long-term. Stronger schools today equal a stronger county tomorrow. If we get education right, we strengthen the economy. If we support students, we stabilize communities. This is a long-term investment with immediate return. Now, as you guys have seen before, this is kind of the structure. This does not include the accommodation district. So let's make this real. This is how all our programming comes together. You're going to hear from 3 divisions today: the accommodation district, fiscal elections, and innovation and development. These are our support systems. They aren't separate functions. They're one system working together to support schools at every angle: instruction, safety, mental health, operations, financials, it's all connected. This is the engine behind the outcomes and what makes the impact possible. All right, so some shout outs to our accommodation district. As you know, 5 entities. We've got the school and jail, and I'm happy to say this year we actually had 2 graduate with a high school diploma. And so that is a first time, at least in about the 17, 18 years that I've been around, that I know about. And if we look at this slide, if you look at all the outcomes that have been placed on this slide, this is where students whose trajectories have changed because of our accommodation district. We are, again, for about the 4th year in a row, an A district. Everything's in all of our schools or entities are an A. One of them is a B. Our kids have really grown, and we have expanded our partnership by about 15 to 16 agencies, because caveat, we don't fit into the caveat for workforce development. So we have created our own internships and externships for our students. And then we were able to have an exciting partnership with the Workforce Development Board here at the county, and we were able to place 14 students into that programming. And so that is absolutely wonderful for our kids, as well as the Workforce Board. I also want to note that the Lifetime Achievement Award winner this year was Dave Dirksen, our Chief Education Officer, with 58 years of experience. So that we had a lot of exciting things happen this year. And then a big one, which I've talked to you guys about, is we got the school violence prevention grant. So construction is starting through those dollars to get new doors, lighting, cameras, monitoring system, and then we'll see what's left. So as we're delivering results, we're doing it in an increasingly uncertain and constrained environment. At the state level, decisions around funding and facilities are not keeping pace. Again, our bill got canceled at the House level for the State Facility Board for the accommodation districts being available for funding for SFB. Walt Blackman tried. He sponsored it for us. However, basically a lot of the legislators are saying that we might want to consider a lawsuit. So we'll see. I'll leave it at that right now. Also, locally, we are right now still at a standstill on the secure care funding with the sheriff's office. That's something that's going to is going to require continued attention and alignment to resolve. Both, as you know, the sheriff's office and the superintendent of schools office we're both responsible for funding the education of the students in jail, both minors as well as young adults. So we're not slowing down with that, and hope to continue conversations going forward. And now I'm going to turn it over to a little bit on the budget and Dr. Mark Williams.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, the rest of the board. These next few slides, wait a second, momentary technical question. So I hit that. Big one. Yep. Okay. These next few slides are going to show the fiscal setting for the superintendent of schools, which is composed of 3 districts: constitutional, fiscal, I&D, innovation and development, and the accommodation district. The first screen shows the expenditures for these 3 divisions. You have fiscal at about $836,000, I&D at $1.339 million, and then you have the accommodation district at $2.235 million. Those are our expenditures. This next slide will show revenues. The revenues for fiscal is $424,000. For IND, 1.234. I didn't make the 234 number up. And then you have for the accommodation district, $3.482 million. This next slide shows our anticipated budget for the forecast 27 year. This is for both constitutional and the IND budgets, which come in at a little bit over $3.5 million. The next slide shows a more succinct breakdown between constitutional and IND. The Constitutional Fiscal Division provides support for the county school districts. A few examples are the generation of the tax levy, assistance in revenue and expenditure reconciliation, election of members to local school boards, and employee payroll. Their forecast budget is a touch below $239,000. A thank you to the board for the $3,000 addition to the Teacher of the Year Fund. Additionally, on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, I would like to thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Within the Constitutional Division, the section labeled forest fees is now funded through the general fund. Those funds have now been reallocated to forest fees and are being dispersed to the schools. The IND division provides service in the areas of special education, teacher professional development, school safety and crisis intervention, as well as implementation and fiscal agency for grants. Our forecasted budget is $3.273 million, comprising of $2.353 million in grants, forest fees at $660,000, and IDC or indirect at $260,000. Please note in the IND budget that we have recently submitted for the Congressional Security Grant for $5 million. We have not yet heard back. And we have also submitted a Title IV grant for after-school services for $60,000. Finally, the forecasted budget for the accommodation district, which is comprised of 5 schools, both here in Flagstaff and also going all the way to Page. That budget is estimated to be $2.908 million. The recent release of $2.845 million in secure rural schools is not reflected in this chart, nor is the $200,000 that the accommodation district will receive. Thank you.
All right, as we move forward, I'm going to talk about some of the resources and some of the things that we're doing here with the Fiscal and Elections Division and our statutory responsibilities.
Can I ask you a question before you move on?
Yeah.
How many students are served through the accommodation schools?
Our highest ADM this year was 179 number of students. And then we generated, that'll be about 1,200,000 and some thousand of our budget that we'll be able to capture
That's fabulous. Thank you.
between that and transportation.
Any other questions? Supervisor Begay.
Good morning again. On the accommodation schools budget, county equalization, was that ever received before, or is that
It's
just
state
there?
equalization.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and state equalization is a part of the funding formula.
Oh, okay, and there's 0% on that one.
There's 0% on that one. You want to, for that?
It says
81.
0%, but there is money in there. It's just because of the size of the budget. It rounds it down to 0, but it's not really 0. It is. Put the money in there.
No. We don't really have county equalization, we have state equalization.
Oh, okay, I
That
guess that
doesn't-
threw me off and I thought,
Yeah.
where is that money?
Yeah. So that's
Okay,
where you threw me on the county equalization.
okay.
I'll pull that out of the slide in the future.
Any other question?
Okay. So as we look here, governance is isn't something people think about until it's unstable. This past cycle, we saw limited turnover in our governing board, so that was really good. However, in 2026, we have 22 seats vacant. The slide was turned in March, and caveat board member in Fredonia resigned last week, so it's 22. And at the same time, the role of board members is becoming more complex, more critical. Some challenges facing our governing board members are financials, punitive legislation. If you look at a lot of the legislation, education legislation, it's very punitive and very restrictive to governing boards, taking away local control, but also mandating certain types of training without any funding, or they will have them they can't remove them from office, but they won't be able to ever run for election again for any office. And then we have the Fredonia community wanting a recall on candidates because basically the agenda is they want us to close the school to go to Kanab. This is where strong and informed candidates matter, and it's not just people to fill seats, but to lead effectively. We saw that even with one of our charter school boards this just over the last month. There's an opportunity here for all of you to help elevate and support strong local leadership, help us find some good candidates. There's a strong candidate base for Williams and Flagstaff right now. Page, we don't have candidates right now, and I've been up there a few times. Tuba has a good, strong candidate pool right now. Fredonia does not have a strong candidate pool, and so and nor does Grand Canyon. So, if you guys could help get the word out, I'm going back up there. I'm meeting with people and doing some community forums, but we really need strong governance for our schools during these times. And then just a big shout out to, I know a lot of you guys, were a part of the community college bond, but we were able to help them along with elections to get that through this year. So that was great. Also coming up, besides our governing board vacancies, bond and override elections. Williams Unified District is looking to do an override extension election. And this is going to be real critical because if you guys remember last time, off the top of my head, it only passed by 3 or 5%. So that is concerning. And then Flagstaff Unified, when we talk to them, I think they're not going to do the bond this time. They're going to wait till 2028, and we'll know for sure in a couple weeks. But they're going to do a new override and an override extension. So look for that on your ballots as well. And I'll put a plug in for Williams. They are very much in need of their override extension. It's going to help them stay fiscally solvent. There's our teacher of the year. We had to turn in the slides before, so we don't have the nights of the event or anything. But I just want to take a moment to thank you guys again for your support of the program this past year and for continuing the support in FY27. And this is more than just a recognition program. It's one of our 5 key strategies in teacher retention and recruitment. We're using it to support retention across the county because it elevates the profession, it builds community awareness, and reminds our educators they are seen, valued, and supported. So,
And I want to thank you for doing this event. And I think it's so important, quite frankly, to highlight and put the spotlight on our educators. You're talking about, school board members and how you're having a hard time getting good folks for that. And it's because, quite frankly, public education's been under attack.
Yes.
And, both on a federal level and a state level. And it's quite frankly making it hard for people to do their jobs in education. So the fact that we have a night, your Oscars award, which
Yeah.
was fabulous,
Yeah.
on and really showcasing these teachers and what they are doing for the students in our communities. I want to thank you. And I'm proud of this board for continuing its sponsorship of Teacher of the Year, and just want to thank you and your staff for that. I think it's a very important community event.
Thank you for that. I'm in 100% agreement. And like I said, it's one component on the five-pronged strategy wheel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you briefly talk about the challenges? I think you said that there are school board members, that there's punitive claims that can come about and they can't run for office, any office.
Yeah, one of the bills, and I might have it listed over here on my legislative to give you the exact numbers, and it's gone through numerous renditions, and the numbers have changed, and there's a sister bill, I think is what it's called, HB 2379. That it was aimed at some of the punitive bills are because of what happened with Isaac School District, which was that $30 million receivership. And so some of it is all the board members will be removed. It was for training. And as you guys know, we do board training. We do open meeting law, we do finance and policy right now, is the ones that have only really been requested. And we also do mentorship and go out and work with boards. But that's requiring the superintendent of schools to do training that is approved by the auditor general, the curriculum, and with no funding. If they can't take it at the superintendent, they will they can take it at ADE, which is funded in that bill. And then the other piece is that if a board member does not, I believe it was within 2 years, the last rendition I read, that then they will no longer be eligible to run for the governing board or run again in any other district for an elected office. And it's going through changes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was not really fully aware of that until you shared that. So I appreciate that.
And then some of the other bills, and a lot of them have been canceled now, but local control.
We want to make sure that I'm sure government affairs is tracking these anti-education bills and making sure that we have a big no on all of these bills.
And I
So
can
let's
give
make sure
them
we have
an updated list because, like I said, a lot of things have changed and stuff like that. And I have something for you when we get to legislative as well.
Madam Chair and members, we will obviously make government affairs aware. This particular bill is the one now pending Governor Hobbs' bill moratorium, the veto moratorium that she's got on, pending the state budget being sort of released from the legislative Republicans. This is one that's sitting in the House waiting for that final little vote that they likely will send to the governor. We do expect a veto on this bill as well, but
Yes.
that said, the legislature may attempt a referral as well.
It's
Now,
not a
we
Matt
wanna be
Gress's
heard
bill.
on- Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
All right. Now, let's see here. All right, our spelling bee. Okay, it's a small little program, but it plays a big role in building confidence, community pride, and culture of achievement. This year we had contestants from all around the county, and then also too, which I failed to say on the Teacher of the Year slide, is we had a great representation from across the county with nominations as well as finalists, Grand Canyon, Flagstaff, and Williams. So super great. And I'm going to now turn this over to Lee Irby.
Hello. As mentioned before by our superintendent, schools are the heart of our communities, and strong communities have engaged families. Our work supports community well-being by being a first point of contact for our schools, and much of this work is supported through grants and partnerships that bring additional resources into the county while expanding services to schools and, most importantly, to the students and children. The superintendent of schools continues to lead meaningful family engagement efforts, supporting literacy at home, helping families navigate conversations with their teens, and strengthening connections between home and school. This work is ongoing and intentional. And Kate, our literacy coordinator, will share more about these supports in a moment. But right now, I want to highlight our continued STEM professional development efforts. Through National Science Foundation funding that was secured in partnership with NAU and the Arizona Department of Education, our office is supporting 612 educators in working with statisticians, using real-time data and problem solving, and bringing those real-world experiences back into the classroom. This initiative is bringing data science to educators across Northern Arizona. Now I'll turn it over to Kate to highlight our literacy initiatives.
When students develop strength in reading, writing, listening, and speaking, they don't just gain skills. They gain access to academic success. They connect more deeply and see themselves as capable learners. That has been the focus of our literacy work this year, helping students find their voice through language, connection, and also writing. We saw that come to life in our early childhood work. We partnered with a preschool and Ponderosa High School students to create a powerful two-way learning experience. High school students stepped into teaching roles, reading out loud and leading activities, while preschoolers built their language skills that prepare them for future literacy. Just as importantly, both groups found connection and purpose, and they've already asked to continue this next year. We also brought families into this work because language doesn't develop in isolation. Literacy floats on a sea of language. Family joined us to read together, play games, and engage in everyday experiences that build vocabulary, background knowledge, and conversation. Each family left with books, games, and other materials so those moments could continue at home. Building on Arizona's Science of Reading expectations under the law SB 1572, we continue providing professional development to ensure educators meet the required 90 hours of training in the science of reading. From that foundation, we expanded this year with writing, one of the most complex areas of literacy for students and for teachers. Through ongoing coaching cycles and professional learning, teachers strengthen instruction across content areas, including vocabulary development, oral rehearsal, structured writing that supports students turn thinking into clear, written expression. And we are seeing the impact. After receiving their first A grade last year, the Williams principal sent us an email and shared, "Our team could not have done this without your support." Letters, book studies, speakers, coaching, the list goes on. Thank you for supporting me as a leader so that I can support my staff. Thank you for being one of my rocks. That reflects something we are seeing across the county. When we support our leaders, we strengthen entire systems of teaching and learning. What is becoming clear is this: when we invest in language, strengthen family connections, and support teachers through coaching and relevant professional development, we are not just improving literacy, we are changing trajectories. We are opening doors for students who are learning how to read, write, listen, and speak their way into lifetime opportunities. And this work lasts far beyond a single school year. It is the kind of impact that stays with a child for a lifetime and makes our community stronger. And that is the work that we are proud and committed to continuing. Thank you.
There are two other initiatives that I'd like to highlight. Last year, we also launched our data analysis and coaching initiative. Most schools in Coconino County don't have access to this kind of support. Our schools are often data rich, but intervention poor. They have the information in front of them, but not always the tools, time, or expertise to act on it. And that's where our department came in. Last summer, we hosted a 3-day institute with Page Unified, Williams Unified, and 2 local charters, bringing together school leadership teams to focus on attendance, student achievement, and behavior data. And we also discussed various levels of systems and tools. From there, we provided ongoing data analysis. Basically, our team translated the raw data into a clear, actionable data story that the staff could use to guide conversations and decision-making. This work gained strong traction, and we're continuing our partnership with Page Unified this year while expanding this institute to more Coconino County schools. Lastly, I want to highlight our wellness work with Williams Unified and Page Unified. Through our partnership with Marzano, a nationally recognized educational organization, the superintendent of schools supported 2 full-day trainings in each district, along with follow-up coaching. Both districts are now implementing proficiency scales district-wide, strengthening consistency in instruction and student support. And I'm looking forward to how this work will continue to grow. Now I'm going to tell you, if you were to ask an educator in Page or Williams if they know Dr. Mike Rule, who was the lead trainer, per their request, he is legendary out there. They loved his work, and they will probably continue to request him for next year as well. Thank you. I now will let my lead psychologist discuss our mental health initiatives.
Hello. I think, hello. All right. The Coconino, can you hear me okay? Okay. I think I'm just slightly taller than people before me. I think that's what's going on. All right, now, hello, okay. The Coconino County Superintendent of Schools, see if I can get this slide to be where it needs to be, is deeply committed to supporting mental health and special education initiatives across our region. This year, our department was awarded $6 million in federal funding to address the critical shortage of school psychologists in Coconino County. We'll be supporting multiple cohorts of NAU students as they are recruited, trained, and retained as highly qualified professionals who are essential to meeting the needs of our students in Coconino County. We also recognize that the well-being of educators is directly tied to the success of students. This year, we supported 32 educators through targeted wellness and professional support initiatives, positively impacting not only those individuals, but the countless students that they serve. Professional development, it remains a cornerstone of our work. By strengthening the capacity of our schools, we ensure they remain the first line of support for students. Through ongoing training, prevention programs, and crisis response efforts, we are helping to reduce the harmful impacts of substance use and abuse, trauma, and other challenges facing our youth. Finally, our staff have expanded access to bilingual services, special education services, and health supports, mental health supports through Coconino County, ensuring a more responsive care for all students.
So now for the fun stuff, the legislative updates. So just I want to put a few things on your radar. You probably have all heard about the increasing momentum around ESA vouchers and potential ballot initiatives focused on adding accountability measures. I think, you know, vouchers are here, or empowerment scholarships are here. We even have the federal one. That is, you know, been considered and not accepted by our governor at this point in time. But what we do need to understand is, given it has an impact on enrollment and funding, especially in our rural districts. This is something that affects our local schools, and we're going to continue to monitor them. What I did pass out to you is is, sorry, I'm sorry. That's, is we've got two ballot measures looking to go on the, for the ESA vouchers. We have some juvenile detention funding that we're trying to work through our Ask bill, SB 1248. It's gone through the Senate Education and is in the House. We already talked about the governing board training. The aggregate expenditure limit is still in place. I think I was here 4 or 5 years ago when some of the schools were looking to possibly have to stop classes in March and April. It's been band-aided and it's not been permanently fixed or repealed. The legislature has continued the pattern of temporary overrides or waivers to avoid major cuts. So for FY26 and likely FY27, there's, legislative action to allow districts to exceed the limit. We're going to be looking at trying to really fix it. So please pay attention for that. I'm not sure that's going to happen. And then if you refer to this sheet right here, as you know, Prop 123 expired June 30th of 2025. So there's a variety of renewal vehicles, but again, this is one of those things that, like the vouchers and the AEL, is kind of a political pond between our legislatures. And so these renewal vehicles that you can see here have gone through the legislature. Effectively, they're all dead, but I'm passing out this chart as it may be useful in terms of envisioning the bargaining points to what this is going to possibly look like as we go into the budget struggle between the legislator and the governor. We expect that the Prop 123 and the tax conformity bill derived from the federal bill are going to be major bones of contention. So realistically, they may not be able to get anything done on Prop 123 this session, but we're going to keep monitoring the deliberations. So you can see this, and then you can see my group that on our overall read is we really like number one, the clean Prop 123 renewal. And then as I was going on, I probably should change the orders, but empowerment scholarships. So we know there's some ballot measures to add some accountability. However, right now, we are approaching the $1 billion annually, and it's serving, as of Q2, over 102,000 students. At this scale, that is no longer a small program. It's a major part of our education funding system. And with growth, we're seeing increased conversation about accountability, transparency, and long-term sustainability. So for rural counties like ours, the impact's more pronounced because when enrollment shifts, districts don't just lose funding, they lose the capacity to sustain programs, staffings, and services, and we are seeing that around in our county. We've, had Page Middle has shut down. We're doing some cutbacks at Flagstaff Unified. Our charters are even taking a hit here. So this is something, again, to keep on your radar because the policy decisions made here are directly going to affect our schools across the county. I updated this slide to let you know the zip codes where, at least as of Q2, please note this is Q2 because that's the latest data we can get our hands on as to who has empowerment scholarships. So you can look at your zip codes. And then
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I have a question.
mhm.
How many students were taking part of the empowerment scholarships? I was still writing it down.
Taking a part of the empowerment scholarships in Coconino County, it's over 1,000 in Coconino County. If you add up all those numbers, you'll get to a little bit over 1,000. I remember looking at my list it's been 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was 1,000 and my list would be more up to date than the Q2 reports. So, but it was around 1,100 and some off the top of my head.
Thank you.
and then our challenges. What this list of challenges really represents is the environment that our schools are operating in right now, and it's very complex. They're working to improve literacy outcomes while also addressing mental health needs. They're trying to plan ahead, but we're facing declining enrollment and uncertainty in funding, including, as always, grant availability. At the same time, we're being asked to navigate new expectations, like implementing guardrails around AI and responding to evolving legislation. And all of this is happening while schools are working to keep students safe and find resources for professional development. One of our schools, if they have to pay for it, school districts is not able to pay for professional development for their staff next year. Principals were told, don't plan on professional development. And so it's not one challenge, it's all there, all at once. And when you layer all that together, it puts real pressure on our school's ability to sustain programs and support students effectively. This is the environment we're asking our schools to succeed in, and why support systems matter, and your work with Secure Rural Schools really mattered. It was perfect timing.
In addition to the challenges that schools are facing, families and students also face significant challenges. I want to highlight the idea of adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. They include experiences like abuse, neglect, or household instability. These experiences can significantly impact a student's ability to focus, to self-regulate, and to succeed in school. If you've been in a classroom lately, you can see that this shows up often as emotional or behavioral challenges, disengagement, and even defiance in the classroom. In rural counties like ours, these challenges are often intensified by limited access to mental health services and supports. That's exactly why our department is so important. Through coordinated mental health services, professional development, and expanded supports for schools, our department helps ensure that students and educators who serve them have the resources that they need to respond and build resilience. I want to walk you through a day that we had this school year. It's early in the morning when a call comes in, and a small rural school has just experienced the unthinkable, the loss of an elementary age student. By the next morning, grief has settled over the campus. Teachers are trying to hold their classrooms together while managing their own emotions. Students don't know how to process what they're feeling. This is when our staff shows up. We sit with students, we support staff, and we help school leaders navigate these first critical hours and days after a loss. We support the school when it's needed most. Our crisis prevention and response services ensure that no school, no matter how small or how remote, has to face tragedy alone. We continue supporting students through counseling by providing mental health supports to at-risk students. We also ensure that students who need more structured support are identified early. Through psychoeducational evaluations and special education services, we help schools provide the right interventions so students don't fall through the cracks. Through the work of our staff, we help bring students fully back into the learning process so we can focus on what students need, like literacy support. In many of our rural districts, these services would otherwise be out of reach. Our department makes them accessible and affordable. This is what our team does every day, and our presence makes a valuable impact on the lives of students, educators, school staff, and families.
Nelda didn't share is we've often had lots of loss of life at our secondary age students, but when you have to go and provide an intervention to a school when a fifth grader takes their own life, you know the pressures and challenges are really hard right now in our communities. And that was really rough for the staff that went out there. And you can just imagine that small community. So moving on, Secure Rural Schools, I just wanted to use this slide as another thank you for working with us, management. Again, as I said, one district's going to dig themselves hopefully out of the hole, and we don't have to start the process of receivership. And again, one of our charter schools is going to be able to make payroll. And then actually last Thursday or Friday morning, it started at 7:19. I was getting, when is that money coming? Because we need this and that. And I had texts, and I can show them to you. I have them. When can you tell us and how much? So it's making a big difference this year. And then as I look at secure rural schools, as we're going forward, and this is not for this allocation, when we were first talking, I made slides, there's no longer an option B. Is that we are looking to put much more of the money into the all of our schools. And we were also talking last year and in our meetings on looking at it for some of the consortium programs that allow us to do pilot programs like the literacy that allowed us then to do the $1.2 million grant and stuff like that. So as we look at going into it, many of the other counties, I guess that so that they don't have a penalty by keeping the money here at the county, is they send it to their schools and they have advisories, committees that make up where some of the money goes to if they have an ESA for consortium initiatives identified. So off the top of my head, it could be workforce development. Many of the districts are interested in kinder camp, expanding that, and then obviously the literacy. So going on, as we go in there, one of the things Siri and I had talked about was our 501c3, and that's not going to work based on the rules that Siri identified. So what a lot of counties do is they give some of the money and then the districts send it back for those advisory. And so that seems to be very cumbersome. So we're also going to explore, can this also be handled by just going through the accommodation district? And a lot of them do it 50-50, but our schools need the money, so I'm thinking like 10 to 25. So we get to skip the next slide because there's no, and then hand it over to Lee, and we are just about done.
And you thought you were done with me. Not yet. Again, I want to thank the board and Madam Chair for your continued support and the Secure Rural Schools funding and your willingness to think strategically and intentionally. That's making a real difference for schools across the county. Now, the superintendent of schools has one more request, and it builds on that same idea. Many of the grants we're pursuing require a match or cost sharing, and without it, we're not able to fully compete for those opportunities. This simply allows us to compete at a higher level and bring in significantly more resources to support literacy, mental health, and school support resources. We're asking for a $250,000 match to create that cost-sharing capacity. This isn't about adding new programs. It's about sustaining, innovating, and expanding what's already working and making sure we don't miss funding opportunities that directly support our Coconino County schools.
And that is that we would be able to ask if we had one of those opportunities. So I want to close by thanking the board and county leadership for your continued partnership, particularly your support of the reserve fund for the accommodation district and your willingness to reimagine how we fund the work we do at the superintendent of schools. Those decisions matter. They give us the flexibility to be more strategic, intentional, more responsive, and more impactful for our schools we serve. And as we look ahead, we have an opportunity to build on that, continuing the conversation around how we leverage resources like the Secure Rural Schools funding to support shared high-impact consortium initiatives, because at its core, this work is about economic vitality and community stability. When schools are strong, we build a stronger workforce, healthier communities, and a more resilient county. And that's what this investment supports, not just education systems, but the long-term strength of Coconino County. We look forward to continuing this work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I think realistically, we really need to start looking at grants because of the fundings that we get. We have a hard time getting dollars, into our possession to fully do our duties and responsibilities or meet our goals, objectives, whatever it may be. And I think, with this $250,000 request as a matching fund, I think it's really well worth it because we need to work together and try to make ends meet, from for our constituents, our children, whatever program project it may be. I think we really need to go and start doing, I think, grant writers in certain positions that really, really are struggling with finances, which most of our programs are. I think we really need to start looking at that. And because, things are not cheap anymore, even construction, everything is cost of paper is going up, pencils, anything that you use, all of that is really escalating in their prices. So I just wanted to say, maybe from day one I became a board member, I realized I've been saying grant writer, to the administration, but I don't know how we can address that as a board because we all know that the funds are not coming in as we would like to see it. And if we do, it's kind of later into the year sometimes, and we don't get the full funding and more mandates are coming down on us, to do our job, and we can't. And how do we do that? And then general fund dollars are there. But we can't really depend on that. We're already dipping into our general fund dollars that we have put a little bit aside. And, if we use that all this year, we're not going to have anything. What if they don't fund us next year? Then what do we do? So those are some of the things that we really need to think about. And of course, the job that we hold and our staff, school safety, professional development is a must, because things have changed. Things are changing out there at the state and saying, this is what we want you to do. It's not only within this department. The sheriff's department is like that too, and other departments. They're just putting more things on the county, and we have to find out how we're going to fund those. So that's what I was thinking throughout this whole presentation, we had presentations last week, and, they're pretty much the same. So what do we do as a county? I think grant writing and trying to match, some of those and start with like the 250,000, we can probably try to start moving on that and moving forward. So that's what I wanted to say. And then the other thing is that, so I see in your increment request, you do have a grant fund for the Economic Development Vitality Grant Match. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
The one for like a grant writer?
Yeah.
Oh, that was for a part-time grant writer, if possible, to help us. It's a lot of work to write a grant, especially the federal grants. And we're competing against universities and West Eds and Marzanos, the big ones. And so it was to somebody to help support. I know we have coming up May 1st, the governor's office, the one that has done a lot of our substance abuse and prevention with alternative high schools and family engagement. That RFP is supposed to open up and it doesn't need a match. And then there's the literacy, big literacy grant that we're going to go through to continue that work. If you remember going back to the $1.2 million that I was able to secure during ESSER, that to continue that work as well as expand upon that work. And then we did those small micro projects with literacy to get that off the ground with Secure Rural Schools dollars before. So it's to support like those initiatives to keep those continuing and moving forward.
Then I see that your empowerment scholarships, there's a lot of students in there that are really, interested and moving forward in that program. And it really, again, that's a big part of, education as far as, getting students empowered, where they want to go and get to. And, I think a lot of way back in the day, as Native Americans, I know that we lived off the land. We did everything. We planted vegetables and with fruits and had our own livestock, everything. So nowadays, it's not like that. We're lacking water. We're lacking all sorts of stuff, and we don't get hardly any rain anymore. So right now, I think education is the only thing that our kids can survive on later on in life, and anything we can do to help them to get there. I'm really glad that, we talk about it here as a board, and, there's a lot more challenges ahead of us, So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that your department does. And it's not easy. I was a board member for X number of years, and I enjoyed it. And even back then, we were faced with a lot of these things. Still, not as bad, but it's worse now than I see. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, and I will make sure that my team knows.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see how the superintendent of schools office is promoting education in our county, especially in the rural areas that don't have this population base or the funding to be able to provide services that are so crucial for our students. As always, we're always fighting for funds, both on the federal level and on the state level. Thank God for secure rural schools, and we were able to adjust that funding. That's really a godsend, and really pleased about that. And one thing that I was thinking about right now, reflecting on as I was listening to the presentation, is that education of what we're teaching kids right now isn't really for the future. We have to teach them problem-solving skills. I remember when I worked at Killip 5 years ago, they were telling us that 60% of the jobs that those children in elementary school are going to do don't even exist yet. So
That is correct. I would probably say that number's gone up.
gone up. Okay. So when you think about that, we have to teach them problem-solving skills. We have to teach them critical thinking skills. We have to teach them beyond just the numbers, because the jobs that we are training them for right now won't exist, or the jobs that will exist, they won't have the skills for. And so it's so crucial that we give them those opportunities. And when you're in rural areas that don't have enough educational opportunities, it's really hard to stay on top of things and be part of the future when educationally you're being held in the past. And that'll create a second class of citizens, and we don't want that. And so, the work that you're doing is so crucial, especially in the areas outside of the Flagstaff area specifically, just because of the fact that Flagstaff Unified School District has more resources to provide for our students than these rural counties. And so thank you for your hard work, and I look forward to seeing how this year, with more SRS funding, the programs can blossom and flourish moving forward. Thank you.
We're excited for that.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I'm really, really happy to learn that you're continuing to develop the community. The better understanding about schools, the school system, and just the nurturing of students through these educational system is really important. Plus, providing education for the board members, because these are community members that want to make good decisions on behalf of their schools. I know our schools are struggling. I know, we work on trying to do recruit together and working on Fredonia situation. But these are, I think a lot more people are trying to think they're doing right for the community.
That is correct.
And so that's where the challenges come in. We have everyone has its own outlook and solution to a situation. So that's where you've been really patient. All of your staff been very patient with these communities and working with the school districts and working out these, trying to find a better way of doing the daily work, and at the same time trying to keep strengthen the school system. And it's a great challenge. Not only in your not only in the school system. I'm thinking about all the various school systems there are that you oversee, but also I see that with NACOG also. NACOG has its kindergarten and Head Start.
Yes.
They have a huge challenge. And then there's these federal mandates and state mandates that layer all of that. And these are constantly changing, and you're maneuvering all of that. And the way we teach the way children are being taught now too, those are also being changed. And we are, there's so much political outlook that's been imposed on our families and the teachers and just the educational system, and creating on top of all of that the financial challenge. And so it's it's just really amazing how where the target of these political actions are being taken. So in all of that, you have great challenges, and you have to have a great amount of strength to be able to confront and stay composed in working with the schools. So I just want to thank you and your staff for that, and all the school districts too. It's a really challenging time. And then at the same time, we see, and all the presentations come before us, more mental health issues.
Yes.
And there's more pressures on families. There are more pressures on families today. And then on top of that, there's already was pressures there, historical traumas, and just the challenge of families. And then we see those families and like our public safety system, our court systems. And so that's where, we always say our children are our future, and they are our future. And how do we give them that strength? How do we create confidence that they need to live in this world? How do we create joy that they need with them inside themselves? I am who I am, and I am, a person of value, and I'm confident I can walk confidently in this world and treat others with respect. That is something that is at the core of an individual. And how do we do that? That going through this school system, not just it is an educational and economic and workforce path. I'm really happy that you're really focused on economic, because we work with businesses in the economic world. People that are coming into the workforce have changed from years back to today. And where do we come in on that? And I agree with Supervisor Vasquez that it's beyond just the books. It is, like just the life skills. But where we always say parents are the number one, teachers. They are the first one. They are, but parenting is so different now. I think children are having children, and they're in our school system now. And how do we instill that? And it's much beyond the school system. And you pick these children up where they are, and
That's correct.
try to build that resilience in them. So I just I don't know what the right words are, but it's what a great challenge to have every single day. And what a way to wake up and say, how can I change someone for the better? Because it's their future, not just that year, but in the years to come and to their old age. You're laying that foundation. The stronger the foundation that someone stands on with their own teachings, with their own beliefs and confidence, and creating that joy within that person, that's a great responsibility. And I really commend you for all of that work and all of your staff. I want to just thank all of you and all the school system for standing up for our children and our parents. You try to work with the parents and the community. So thank you. You know, the heart of a society is the children. And the better the children, the better the health of the society. So anyway, I didn't mean to make a speech like that, but it just came out.
Well,
But
I want to
just
thank you. I want to thank you for that. And I think sometimes, as I'll look back here, is that you're right. It is a gift that our office has, as well as our educators in our community, is that we have these challenges and we can hopefully find some things that are going to shift education outside of when people came over on boats from the Committee of 10 who set up our current education structure. And it's time for a shift, and it's resilience, literacy, problem solving, and being able to, move forward.
I do have a question for our county manager. Madam Chair, if I may follow up. Where a grant matching fund is being requested, do we have an idea of how much, with the reduction from the state and also unfunded mandates increasing, and then the federal now has weighed in on those unfunded mandates. And now our departments are now trying to, even though they're trying to avoid it, because grant, we don't want to always go grant, but sometimes it's unavoidable. So when a department finds a grant that they can write for, in most cases, there's matching funds. Do we have an idea across the board how much matching fund may be needed? Where this one is, our school district is 250,000, but others, how much are we setting aside for these opportunities when departments find them? Or are all the departments coming in with a matching funds request? How do we handle that?
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for the question. So I think one thing I just want to adjust in those comments is that it's not always typical to have a required match on grants, and match or cost share can be in multiple forms. So it may be cash, it may be the use of our equipment or our facilities, or in kind, or existing staff. So it's not always a cash match that's required. And in fact, actually, in most of our programs, we don't have a required match, which is really great. So we've been very successful in obtaining funds without that match requirement. But there are times where match is required. It should state it in the notice of funding opportunity, which is why our policy requires that before departments submit for any grant application, they submit that through the finance department for review so we can look for those match requirements. Any grant that does require any kind of cost share or match is required to actually be approved by the Board of Supervisors before that application is submitted. And the reason for that is because we don't necessarily have a designated pool of money dedicated towards match. We look at what the requirement is for the cost share, and can we afford it at the time with the opportunity. I think Public Works is a great example. Some of their, highway related things require match, but that match comes from their transportation dollars. In the case of the superintendent of schools, we had created the bridge fund that was already discussed. So that's one opportunity that they actually have at their disposal to help support those grant applications that do require a match as well. So every department looks a little different. But in this last year, for example, I can think of, only just a handful that have come forward that would require a general fund type cash match other than some sort of cost share that's already built into our budget.
And the big tricky thing is you can't use federal dollars if it's a federal grant. So that's where my dollars get goofy.
Thank you for explaining that. Can I follow up one more?
Sure.
So we've been talking about mental health
Mhm.
all the days. Every department talks about mental health. I just wonder if if it is possible to do an overall study of, I know we have our community assessment, we have various ways of trying to gauge, but here we are talking about mental health within the school system. We have them in the courts, we have them with our county attorneys, every department, our detention, and it leads to alcoholism or, a substance abuse, abuse of self,
Mhm.
So those abuse of self, where in the school system, and I'm just wondering if there can be that is our underlying issue here in our county. How can we maybe, and it goes back to our county managers again, look at it from an umbrella point of view and saying, okay, this is where families are maybe years back, and then what triggered that, or where are we, or has it always been that way? Where are we in this, in this, and what can we predict from it? Maybe there's a university research already done out there. IRBs, work with all the IRBs out of the world out there, that are doing population studies and being able to put that together. This is just the overall county I'm thinking about. And I don't know how we would do that, or maybe we can ask NAU to look at that, because that is basically, and all the issues that we hear, it's always mental health, either extreme or just somehow, depression is mental health.
Yes.
Stress you. If you have a depression, do something, go run, go do something, and that way, but that's something that I'm thinking that maybe there's an underlying thread there somewhere that we're missing somewhere in our approach. And I know our partners, all our partners that we work with, that they're dealing with that. That's why these programs are here. So.
And that is kind of why it's such a cornerstone of education, is most of the time, all the other agencies, and including the schools, we get it when it's in the reactive phase, substance abuse, behaviors, that type of stuff at the secondary level. And so we've got to get it when it's very young and start building those skills and the resilience, as well as anything that might need to be addressed, or I don't want to use the word treatment, but any supports that somebody would absolutely positively need. And that is something, it's not just because of the pandemic. Started writing those mental health grants in 2017. I didn't get one funded till 2019, but was starting to see a huge shift that led up to the 2017 application.
Supervisor Ontiveros. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Staff, and thank you for being here this morning. I think you can tell from the comments from my fellow supervisors that we are a board that truly cares about education and the well-being of our students. And while I was listening to your presentation last week, we had presentations from the Sheriff's Department and our courts. And these really do tie together because everyone's looking for solutions, how to keep individuals out of jail and thus out of the court system. And you guys, I agree with what you just now said about the younger and earlier that we can teach these kids. That's going to have an effect on our jails and our court system. So
That is correct.
It very much is related. I will tell you that I really appreciate your tenacity and your nimbleness. There are a lot of moving parts, keeping track of the legislation, keeping track of all that and staying on it. and I've watched you. We've had meetings, and quite honestly, I don't know how you stay on top of all of it. There is a lot that goes in here, and just hearing you speak again this morning, I've learned things that I previously did not know, and how you stay on it. I want to thank you for your tenacity in getting the SRS funding, and I know that this board was also advocated for that. I remember sitting in, well, there were several of us as we sat in Representative Crane's office,
Yes.
and he talked about how hard he fought for this, and I would just like to publicly thank him this morning for his hard work in getting this funding to Coconino County. So I'm going to leave my comments there, but I really do want to thank you for your hard work and encourage you to keep going, to you and the entire team and all those that are in the background that we don't see. If you would please express our appreciation to all of them.
When I get back, I will send out a big email. And
Please do.
its big thing is we're doing the big blue ocean shift. So if any of you guys want to come to our little retreat that we're doing, and it's about innovation and addressing things head on, and working from a strategic lens. So we need to get into the red ocean here in education.
You know, I think that Supervisor Ontiveros picked the word for you and your department, and quite frankly, for today's teachers, and that's tenacity. And because quite frankly, without that, and without the commitment for our youth here in Coconino County, I'm not sure anybody would be in public education anymore. So again, a huge thank you. Very, very happy about secured rural schools. But I want to say something. It sounds like, you know, this is something that, gee, we got this. No, this is something that should have been there.
Yes.
We should not have had to fight for this. This is something that should have been ongoing and given. That was a commitment that was made. It's a necessary, especially for places, rural Arizona, and rural United States. And so, yes, we got it. I want to thank everybody who supported it, but for heaven's sakes, it should have just been a given. So,
So let's hope FY27 isn't quite the battle.
yeah, but anyway, thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, everybody.
Right. Do you all want a 5-minute break? Are we okay? 5-minute break. Sorry.
They'll look at that schedule. Bill wants to. Good.
Not yet. The updated schedule? Yeah, not yet. We're gonna just confirm one thing, it sounds like, so.
Sorry. Good, how are you? Good, things, feeling okay? Okay. Hi there, how are you? Good. Introduce you, so I'm gonna introduce you, so I'm getting ready. I'll get out of your way and then. You have the quick. Do.
That's why you heard nothing. This word she just said.
I can just in my office, yeah. I'm meeting with John later today. I'm on, so.
Yes, and I did see it, and I thought, hope they don't switch it, but I thought, I don't have time right now. So, yeah, it's next. It was come together. Okay. Action. Okay. Okay, awesome. I know, yeah, we both are. She gave me this one, she's like, confused. I need to touch these. Yeah, putting out fire. What do I? Oh. Are you presenting? Oh.
Yes, please do. I'm assuming that the court signed off on photography, video, if people want to walk through and take pictures of the art? Because they don't allow that in the courthouse. Can you check with Judge Reed on that? Okay. I'm assuming they would have, yes. You cannot by Supreme Court rule. bring the paper. Because of hearings, right? Maybe, but yeah, double check, yeah. Thank you. I would hate to have people come in and be like, hey, you can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to work with adults. Like getting rid of common flu. Yeah, road stopping. Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
We back on, Lindsay? All right, very good. All right, well, we are back for public fiduciary. It's great to see our public fiduciary with us this morning. Thank you for being here. And I'll turn this over to Eric Peterson to start us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson. It's my pleasure to introduce the public fiduciary for their budget overview today. Our fiduciary and her team are with us. If you turn on the tab, you will see there's 2 items that we've included recommended in the budget. It's also listed on your pink and green sheet. The first is the 5% CPI as given to all departments. The second in the recommended budget is a benefits specialist. This was an LTE position that upon the judgment of management, the nature of the work has changed with HR1 and the issues that impact the wards of state that the fiduciary serves. We do recommend that become a full-time ongoing position in the county workforce staff. I would also like to say I want to thank the fiduciary ahead of her presentation for the work she has done to bring highlights to the issues of the wards of the state when we had our SNAP shutdown briefly in the past, but also looking ahead as what the legislature takes on HR1, takes on the cost shifts that have come to the state. What will that mean to us here at the county? Fiduciary has been a responsible and open party to help us understand those and use many of her clients as a bit of a test weight for us to see how that's going to impact the rest of our county workload and such. So really want to thank her and her team, but also for the compassionate work they do. Put people back at the heart of this, the real compassionate work and the way they bring people to the center of all that they do. And I appreciate meeting with her and her team quite regularly. So with that, I'll turn it over to the public fiduciary.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, Supervisors of the Board. I first wanted to take the time, I brought a few of my staff with me just to introduce them. This is Laura Boyack. She is my Senior Fiduciary Manager. And Sandra Hatatli. She is one of the Senior Benefit Specialists. And Somana Tutsi. She is also a Senior Benefit Specialist.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
I'll start out with our mission statement. As you know, we are court-appointed guardian, and our mission is to provide guardianship, conservatorship, and decedent estate services in a professional and compassionate manner when no one other person or agency is qualified or willing to serve. We are a statutory department. We are basically under Title 14, specifically ARS 14-5601 governs the appointment of our office, and every county across the state has a public fiduciary by statute. We are also responsible for the County Indigence Program, which is also a statutory requirement according to ARS 11-600. So our strategic priority programs fall under health and human services across the board. We basically are human services. We support the lives of individuals who are incapacitated and vulnerable adults of our county. Our strategic priority areas are administration, case administration, and indigent decedent services. So our SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I'll start with basically that the Coconino County Public Fiduciary's Office is heavily mandated with statutory compliance. Everything we do is statutorily mandated. All the way from how we manage the wards, our mandated accounting reports, reporting to the courts, reporting to the Arizona Office of the Courts that governs our licensing. I joke around and say that if there was a mandate or a statute to breathe in our office, that would exist because that's how much we are statutory mandated. The department consistently operates in an audit-ready mode. This is so important because at any time, the AOC can do an audit on our department. I've experienced one audit in my entire career of 19 years, and that was when I was at Mojave County. We have not had the privilege of undergoing one, but I do know how important it is to be financially or audit-ready when they do come in because it is quite an intense type of audit. They go through literally everything. So we always work with that in mind, both on our financial accounting side, our case management side, and of course, our mandates to the court. That's pretty much what we are graded on. Our legal and financial statutory compliance is pretty extreme. And I don't mean that in a way that it's too extreme. It's that we have to report to the court every penny that is spent from our clients' accounts. Also within the county, we do reconciliations on our bank accounts to make sure that we are compliant with the Auditor General. This is, a daunting task because we have many accounts. I don't think people realize that we manage 130 clients' bank accounts, if you think about it, as well as their investment accounts. A portion of our clients have investment accounts with investment firms that we manage, in addition to special needs trust accounts that we also have to manage. And we have to manage them accordingly with qualifications in compliance with their government entitlements, such as the usually the qualification tiers and whether or not that their financial accounts are within range of the maximum amount of funds that they're allowed to have. And that's on a monthly basis as income comes in and goes out. So it's crucial that that is managed pretty much without error, because the clients could be at risk of losing benefits if that's overlooked. We're currently serving 130 wards. That does ebb and flow, but at this moment in time, we have 130. The populations that we serve with regards to vulnerable adults are seriously mentally ill, developmentally disabled, and are aged and elderly. Those are the three populations that we're currently serving. We pretty much are more heavy on the seriously mentally ill population, and then also duly diagnosed SMI and developmentally disabled clients.
And they are not all in Coconino County.
They are not, unfortunately. Our region is very large, and I will talk more about that when we get to that aspect. Thank you, Chair Horstman. Also, some of our threats are that government entitlements are at risk. We've kind of gone through that during this year when we had issues with SNAP benefits, also Section 8 benefits, as well as the qualification, the actual qualifications and the level that they qualify at. So for example, the poverty level was set at, I think it was 180% above poverty level. It's now been reduced to 120% above poverty level to qualify for most government entitlements. That was a recent reduction. Our clients still fall within that. However, that's a big impact that we're still watching for in case there are clients that come in with, some clients do have pensions that push them out of that, or we'll have clients that just set them maybe $25 outside of that poverty level, which can be a little bit challenging and frustrating because they are still at poverty level, even at that amount, even higher than the 120%. We experienced the federal government shutdown at the end of 2025. What that presented for us was clients that went without SNAP benefits. I'm sure everyone was aware that came through, and we had to work and collaborate with other agencies within the county to support those clients, and I'll talk about that more. I have a slide that talks more about what those challenges look like. Next. I'll talk about our department programs. First, we have our administration program. Legal basically comprises our county attorney's office, our legal specialist, myself, several other staff on the team that represent certain parts of the legal aspects, my assistant director, who meet weekly or every other week with the county attorney's office to make sure that we're on top of all the cases that we have in queue. I have to say that the county attorney's office, we give a lot of output to them with the amount of filings that we do every week. We've had unusual filings, but at the end of the day, legal is a very strong area that we have to focus on because compliance with having deadlines to the court, that's where our mandates come into play. And the timing and deadlines are managed with having to file within those timelines, our annual accountings. Everyone has a reporting period attached to them. So we make sure that we have to get everything in by those due dates. So legal is a big area that we work on. Financial is an area where, so we do manage our clients' finances from their share of costs to their rent if they live independently, groceries, clothing, everything for them. So there's a significant amount of checks and financial auditing that goes into that. But our check writing that goes out every month to pay the bills, we are the rep payee for every client. We're designated by Social Security. So this area of focus has to be accurate and also timely, because there are bills that need to be paid, and if they are paid late, there would be incurred late fees. So again, deadlines are very clear in this area as well, and we have to stay on top of that, and it's managed to the T. Again, that would be an audit area that we have to make sure that we're consistent with. Benefits. I can't say enough about benefits. It's probably one of the most important parts of the department. Our benefit specialists manage, they manage, Social Security, DES, if they're a veteran, those veteran benefits, anything having to do with Arizona long-term care, the redeterminations that occur when the clients are on those benefits ongoing. It's an ongoing reporting situation. If a client moves, reporting needs to be made to Social Security, DES, all tax. If they are working or they get an increase in income, because a significant amount of our clients do work, the reporting has to be made, as well as applying for Social Security benefits from the start. Some clients come to us with benefits already receiving, but those applications that have to be processed are significant because of the amount of work that goes into them, and also the time that it takes to get them approved. It's very challenging. The deadlines are very strict. So having those, the benefit specialist managing and staying on top of those benefits is so critical. One mistake can cause drastic issues, down the line, months later, that we wouldn't realize if a mistake is made with regards to reporting. Because if you don't report the actual amount that a client is receiving in either income or another benefit, that could create an overpayment situation to the client, where then they have this big amount that they owe back to Social Security. So those are just the downfall of what happens when things are not kept in check. And I can say that we run a very tight ship, especially when it comes to benefits, because there's zero exceptions to any type of benefit reductions with regards to us having not met those requirements when reporting to those agencies. It can get very convoluted, though, when each agency has their own qualification maximum. Social Security, will say you can't have more than $2,000 a month in income. However, our clients might have investment accounts, so we have to prove to them that they're protected, or if they have additional funds, we have to work to make sure to put them into special needs trusts, which is another segment of benefits, because that protects the funds and it removes them from being an asset and makes it more of a resource. Becoming fluent in those areas is a challenge when people are ramping up. So I take huge pride in the fact that my benefit specialists are truly becoming experts in their areas, and knowing exactly when changes come and coming to me and making sure that we're on board and on the right track with keeping everyone compliant. All about compliance and keeping them compliant and still eligible throughout the year, every year. And then finally, accounting. We're required to submit an annual accounting to the court every year that it literally spells out every penny and how it was spent throughout that year. And this is oversight, and it's to make sure that we are managing their funds correctly. There's also a court accountant that reviews our accountings in depth and then makes recommendations to the court. So the oversight is very robust. And I like to make sure to present that information, because people can get a little bit uncomfortable with the amount of authority that we have in managing the entirety of people's estates, that we do have secondary eyes on us, and that's the court. And the court approves those accountings every year, and it's a running tally every year and matches. So we are always in balance. And we always make sure to spend our clients' funds ethically. And that is something that's always, has oversight as well. Next is our indigent decedent services. So we are the administrator of that program. We work with families that cannot afford to put their loved ones to rest. We do cremation only. And the program runs very smoothly. We have an application process. Typically, we're contacted by the mortuary or the medical examiner's office, depending on where the case is coming from. We do an investigation because they do have to qualify. These are taxpayers' dollars we are using, but it is statute that the county pick up the cost to pay for individuals that cannot pay for people that have been deceased. And the way it works is the person that does not have to be a resident of our county. It's the county in which the person dies in. They could be traveling through, have a heart attack, and die here. And if they had no family or resources, and they could be from Maricopa County, Coconino County is responsible for that. But our investigations are pretty in-depth, and they do have to qualify based on poverty level standards. Case management. So these are the boots on the ground. We have 4 case administrators, including the assistant director, who carries a full caseload. She handles the most complex cases. We have 6 licensed fiduciaries in our department. 2 of the case administrators are licensed. I'm licensed, as well as the senior fiduciary manager and our estate administrator. We do have the other 2 case administrators who are still ramping. They have only been in their positions for a year. They will be sitting for their exam by the end of 2026. So case management deals with the case managers managing everything from medical and health management, advocacy for the ward in all areas of their lives, residential placement management, determining their level of care, and also if they're thriving in their current environment. We don't just place people, we make sure that they're thriving, that they also enjoy the placement they're in, including setting them up with daytime activity programs, and just making sure that it's a good fit. It's not that they're just stuck there. My case administrators are very specific with advocating for their clients' wants and needs, not necessarily what we think is best for them, what they want. And then we incorporate what is going to work the best as far as safety and what's in their best interest. Additionally, the case administrators are responsible for creating annual guardian reports to the court. Those will also do at the same time as the annual accountings that I was speaking of. And that gives an overview of what has happened to the ward during the past year, both medically, whether they've been hospitalized, how they're doing within their current environment, any issues with finances, and the case administrator is responsible for creating those reports. It really lets me know when I read those reports just how in tune they are with their clients. And because it gives a pretty good overview of what's happened the entire last year. And the court is then able to understand financially how they're doing on the accounting side, as well as from a human level on the annual guardian report. Budget management, that is something that is done by the estate administrator. This is a huge area of management. She manages all of the client's finances regards to the bills being paid. So if they have cable, if they have cell phones, and they all do, as well as their share of costs, their rent, if they're living independently, food. She is consistently ordering groceries for our clients who live independently, who cannot go out and get it themselves, or setting up transportation so they can go get it themselves. It's a big coordination, and she does it tremendously. It's a big area of work, but it's certainly something that I would say takes up quite a bit of time. She works more than she should. Let me just put it that way. Asset and inventory management is also ran by the estate administrator. So when we get a new client, she will go out with the case administrator and work with them to do an inventory. We're also required by statute to submit an inventory to the court when we first take on a new ward. And that includes inventorying every item they own, which usually includes going into their home, photographing everything they own, determining what has value, determining what they can and want to keep, and then moving from there. Sometimes it turns out that someone will have a lot of inventory and they're moving into a skilled nursing facility or an assisted living or a group home, and they have to be sized down. Those items are auctioned, those funds are then used, back into their bank account and used toward their care and services. However, if there are heirlooms, things like that, there are mechanisms that we take through the court to get permission to give those items to family if that's what the client wants. Also, referral intakes and investigations. The case administrators are also responsible for all investigations that come in from referrals. Our referrals usually come from the Guidance Center, Flagstaff Medical Center, Adult Protective Services, law enforcement. We've even received referrals from fire department as well as the community. Someone can make a referral about a family member or someone who resides next door to them that they have concerns about. So the case administrators are very diligent in working through those investigations. They are not quick. When we do investigations, they're very thorough because at the end of the day, this is an adjudication process. When we go to court, we are basically taking away someone's civil rights. So the determining incapacity is key as it's defined under statute. I'll talk about our performance measures. So currently, like I said, we are sitting on 130 wards. However, it ebbs and flows. So we're estimating 140 because right now, as I speak, we have 5 court hearings set right now for new appointments as guardian. And then we have 10 investigations in the pipeline that have been completed and are ready to be petitioned, petitions created to be submitted to the county attorney's office. So we're having a little bit of an uptick, and it ebbs and flows. This isn't something that surprises me. But we do have these times out of the year where all of a sudden we are imploding with investigations. Next is the number of people for whom we acted as conservator. Out of the 140 that we're estimating here, 40 we act as conservator. And when we act as conservator, we're also guardian. There are a handful of cases that were conservator only, but that amount is included in the 140 total. One thing that we looked at this year that I think says a lot is that we didn't track change of placement. So whenever a client moves, we have to submit a change of placement to the court. And that also creates a host of other things because it includes the benefits specialist having to jump in and make sure that that is communicated to all the agencies that are receiving entitlements. So this year we were looking at how many change of placements we did, and we're at 75, which is a little bit of an uptick. I'm sorry, at 69. And that, I'm sorry, going from 69 to 75, that's a little bit of an uptick. When we look at FY24, we were at 24. So that amount of jumping around one for wards also lets me know that we have clients that are decompensating and having to move placements. Those are typically our clients who are seriously mentally ill. They'll either have to leave a placement and go inpatient to a level 1 acute psychiatric hospital and then go to a new placement because their level of care has changed. Or we have clients that just needed I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Supervisor Fowler has a question.
Yes.
Where do most of these clients reside? Where are they living? Are they living with families? Or are they living in a nursing home? Or where are they?
The majority of our clients live in group homes. We have a small fraction living in assisted living and a tiny fraction living in skilled nursing. The group homes are either developmentally disabled or behavioral health residential group homes. So developmentally disabled individuals live in regular group homes, but then we also have our behavioral health residential facilities, and that's where our SMI clients live. We've maybe had less than 5 clients that we've been able to place with family. That can only occur if it's a safe environment and they weren't in any way like an aggressor to the case and us stepping in. But we will always look first to see if they can live with family and come up with an arrangement because that's always in their best interest. But unfortunately, that is far and few between. So going back to the change of placements. So again, that's just something that I find interesting, that we're seeing a lot of jumping around, but it also creates, like I said, a windfall of work because of the reporting that is needed on the benefits side. Annual accountings that we file every year, we have filed for FY 25, 123, and then we're estimating the end of this year that we'll have filed 140. It's quite a bit. Like I said, we do a lot of output to the county attorney's office, and that's just annual accountings. That doesn't include other filings, such as all the new petitions for guardianship, or any petitions that are just unique to special requests to the court, or sometimes doing updates to the court. For case administration performance measures, they're acting as guardian for right now 130. We're estimating 140 by the end of the year. But one thing I want to point out is the amount of client visits that they do. So for FY25, the case administrators as a whole did 525 client visits. And we're estimating at the end of this year 575. When you think about that, and the how large the region is that we cover, because it's not just Coconino County, we go as far as we have people placed in Kingman. We have people placed all throughout the valley. We have people in Payson. We have people in Page. It's a very large region. So when you think about that amount of visits, we're doing quite a bit of travel. That is one of our biggest line item areas for our budget, is travel. Yes,
And I would imagine, since the majority of your clients are SMI, is that correct?
that is.
That placement is very hard, because I'm sure there isn't adequate placement here in Coconino County.
That's correct. The problem is basically the minimum wage increase that happened in 2017. At that time, we lost 2 major providers, and they moved to the valley. Behavioral health group homes has always been very slim here, even since I came here. So the majority of placements for mentally ill is in the valley, and about 40% of our clients live in the valley. So that's a lot. And once a quarter, we do have to do client visits down in the valley. We're statutorily mandated to do client visits once a quarter. Do I think that's enough? No. But that's what we're statutorily required to do. Monthly visits is more appropriate to me, but I don't see how we could manage that with the amount of clients that we have living in the valley.
Thank you.
Next is referrals and investigations. So again, I talked a little about that. We're having an uptick. So if you look at FY24 to 25 to 26, we're going up, not that much from 25, but we are projecting to have done at least 50 for FY26. The majority of those we have become guardian of. So that's another thing that I would say, about maybe 35 out of 50 we have petitioned for on those. So we're definitely seeing an increase, but like I said, it ebbs and flows, it evens out, because then we do have people that unfortunately pass away. And we have had also an uptick in that as that's happened during the year. And that's one of the bad, hard parts of our job, because we do have an arm's length relationship with our wards. However, we are human, and you get to know them, and it's hard when we do lose them. And then indigent cremation. So we had an uptick in FY24, and I was constantly having to ask for contingency funds. But now it looks like we've leveled out. We're back to kind of normal. It's really hard to kind of gauge how many people are going to die each year. But I'm sorry, that sounds so morbid, but we can't really project that, or forecast that, I should say. There's no rhyme or reason. I would say that we do see a little bit more in the winter time, and it's probably due to exposure. But we've come up with a solution with that. With Siri, we have worked out that we just have a standard budget that is plenty, and whatever's not used, that's solely for that purpose, it goes back into the general fund. I'll talk about our creative solutions and partnerships. So this year, the public fiduciary became a member of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, which I tout this all the time because for years I tried to get a seat at the table, and we finally did. And what this to me is so tremendous because it's the position that gets the seat at the table, not me. And so moving forward, public fiduciaries after me will always be at this table. And what I've really enjoyed is that I've been participating on the mental health subcommittee. We meet every other week, and we talk about cases basically that are in the jail that could potentially be either a Title 36, which is court-appointed treatment, or a possible guardianship case. But what it helps us do is kind of short circuit the court having to go in and appoint us to investigate, the criminal court investigate whether or not there's a need for guardianship, because we were having an issue where we were being appointed guardian ad litem by the criminal court. I can't be a guardian ad litem. I'm not an attorney. I'm flattered, but and that was happening often. And so this was our workaround. This was the best way, because now I'm identifying those cases before the criminal court even needs to, whether or not we would step in or not. Because everyone involved in that meeting, from the jail to the county attorney's office to the prosecutor, so they understand to not provoke the judge to appoint us to investigate, because it's a waste of time. Because in these cases, I'd say 99% of them we don't take. They do not qualify. They are not incapacitated. They may be incompetent, not competent, not restorable. But that's a different definition. That means they don't understand the court process, not that they are incapacitated under statute. And that's been kind of a long-standing, headbutting with regards to the definition and what means what. So this has really been a positive thing. Attending this subcommittee and really kind of working through these cases, and also making sure that if someone is incarcerated, because we have taken on a couple cases, that if they are incarcerated and they are incapacitated, that we step in and they are released from jail, because that is not the appropriate place that they should be. We've also had partnerships with Health and Human Services. Again, I talked about the CJCC work groups and the county attorney's office. During the year, the health department was able to help us with the shutdown at the end of 2025 with our SNAP benefits, and that was a great collaboration. The county attorney's office as well was involved in that, and the county attorney's office is also our strongest advocate in making sure that we are not utilized in a way that's inappropriate, such as being appointed guardian ad litem. She was very strategic, my attorney, in having discussions actually with the criminal court judge to talk about why that wasn't appropriate. But I think at the time, I kept continuing to agree to do them because it was clear that the criminal court had no other option. I do know that they were working on coming up with a guardian ad litem rotation list. I don't know, what happened with that. All I know is I've been removed from that option, which is a good thing. The navigation of the ward benefits during the government shutdown and effects from HR 1, that is when we got collaboration from the health department. The senior center stepped in and provided meals for our clients. We would pick them up and deliver them, and that was throughout the shutdown. We had 17 clients affected. It was 17 clients affected. So we did have to support them during that time. And I just thank the health department because they came up with this creative solution for us. It was the best that we could do. It was a lot of work and running around, but at least they were provided food. We also completed our user fee study this year. I did not increase our fees because honestly, it wouldn't have made sense to increase our fees because we don't collect at 100%. Our clients only have so much. And the amount of fees that we have right now are structured in a way that if we were able to take more fees, we can. So increasing them would have been a moot point. And also during going through that user fee study, what I learned is that we're operating at a 10.1% deficit. I expect that deficit to increase with the amount of work that we'll be putting into our benefits area due to the HR1 impacts, which I'll talk about a little bit more in just a moment. Our CCPF policies and procedures manual is updated. That's important because things change, statutes change. So we have to migrate our policies and procedures to match however those change. And it's also important that it's updated and matches what we actually do. So we did a complete drill down, making sure that every single person that has a policy or a procedure is actually working in that capacity, and it is documented. That's the first thing the AOC asks for when they come for an audit. Where's your policies and procedures manual? And then successful coordination with Superior Court at the ending of the CCPF being appointed guardian ad litem, like I said before. Our increment request for the benefit specialist, I can't communicate more how important this position is. We have been grateful to have it as a temporary limited appointment for the past 3 years. And we've been requesting this position since 2021. It's something that's been needed. It's grown, and now we're at a point that it's needed even more because of what we're seeing with government entitlements as a result of HR1. I'll start with saying because of the limited appointment, we've had a turnover of 4 people through that position, which is, it's a lot. And it takes a lot for us to train someone. Every position in our department is a 2-year ramp because of the uniqueness and the niche area of work that we do. Having to learn everything about benefits, all the different benefits and entitlements, their rules, the qualifications, the reporting structure, the redeterminations that are required to be conducted every year. It's a lot. So going through 4 staff has been challenging for us. It's not efficient, and it's definitely because the position was ending. People, got worried that it wasn't going to be renewed, which, and they took the position knowing that, but it's hard to wait and find out, in June if you're going to get it. So the position is super critical in maintaining ward benefits. We observed approximately 1,192 hours over 90 days that our 2 benefit specialists worked. That alone lets that not one person can manage that position. We would see a crumble in our ability to be able to maintain client benefits. I wouldn't be able to guarantee that there wouldn't be a collapse in our ability to be compliant in those areas if we don't have at least the minimum amount of staff to be able to manage those benefits. It's also necessary for our statutory compliance and audit readiness. The benefit specialist plays a key role in making sure that we are audit ready, in meeting our deadlines, and making sure clients do not lose any benefits. That could be a potential hazard if we don't have the required amount of staff to be able to do the position. And with the effects of HR1 and ward benefits, what we've seen is an increased burden on the workload of the benefit specialists. So for example, redeterminations for Social Security or Arizona Long-Term Care, or DES, were done annually. Now they're done every 6 months. Additionally, the qualification ceiling has kind of lowered, and they're looking at more expenses being included in the qualifications when before they weren't. Additionally, we've seen an increase in the ability for our benefit specialists to do any type of work via fax, email, or over the phone with Social Security. They are required to go into the Social Security office and meet with those staff and to discuss either applications or renewals, which is a significant waste of time per government agency, and it's frustrating. Yes, exactly. I don't even want to call Social Security. And as a result, too, when they are working on items that are allowed to have a phone call, they are typically on hold for 3 hours and doing work with the music playing. We always joke around because I'll hear this god awful music coming from Sandra's office, and I thought she was listening to it. But it was just the elevator music from Social Security. And then sometimes they'll be on the phone or on hold for 2 hours and the line drops. And that can be very frustrating. So with that in mind, it's a new world in our benefits area, and I don't know what it's going to look like as we go forward. Go ahead.
And I guess my question is, I can speak from my own experience, but I'm assuming that it's gotten worse in the last year, 2 years,
Yes.
in terms of trying to get a hold of Social Security, Medicare through Social Security, or Medicaid.
It absolutely has. Yeah. Additionally, we're seeing more things, and that's why I say I don't know what else is going to happen. Like Section 8 is going to have a 2-year cap. We have, I don't know, several clients on Section 8. I'd say at least 10% of our clients live independently on Section 8. I don't know what we would do with those clients if Section 8 it has a cap of 2 years. They will always be on Section 8 because they are vulnerable adults. They're not going to get better. They're not going to have an increase in income. They're not going to get out of poverty. These are individuals that are set in stone to be in this group. So that's certainly something that we're worried about and considering. And then SNAP benefits, because of what happened before, we're cautiously moving forward with what that's going to look like. We're also seeing an increase in Medicare benefits, which decreases their ability to have any type of spending when they're already, on income that would be considered unlivable by most people's standards. The average amount of income our clients take in is for SSI is, I think it's at $972. It's not exact, but it's around that amount. But that is all that they have. And that's the majority of our clients. Next is our org chart. So we are tiny but mighty. Like I went through each area of work that we do. But all of the case administrators and the estate administrator, as well as the assistant director and the senior fiduciary manager, report to me. And then Laura, the senior fiduciary manager, manages the administration team, which is the legal, the finance, benefits, and the accounting area. And then I would like to include a picture of all of our staff, their shining faces and how happy they are. And every single one of them are huge advocates of the clients. And I always say that when you work in this department, it's a calling because it's just not a job that you do. You have to be so committed to be able to just, do the work itself. But I also tell them too that to take time to mentally detach and have self-care, because we are working with people. We're working with people's lives. When they have downfalls, it's our downfall. When they pass away, we feel it. When we take on cases that they come in under horrific circumstances, we feel that. I want to share one case that really touched everyone's heart. It was a case where Flag PD had gone into a home and was on a completely unrelated situation to our client. I think it was some kind of domestic violence or some kind of altercation. But when Flag PD entered the residence, they checked the garage, and there was a young man in the garage wrapped in a blanket and covered in his own feces. He was autistic. He'd been placed in the garage with no heat during the winter, and he was nonverbal. He was immediately taken to Flagstaff Medical Center. An emergency referral was put into our office, and then we stepped in as his guardian. He was 19 years old. When those types of cases come to us and you don't realize that this could be somebody living next door to you, and the things that go on, having this young man living in an unheated garage, autistic, not able to even communicate his own wants and needs, covered in his own feces, those are the cases that we get. And they stay with us. But I can happily report today, he is in a placement, he is happy, he's speaking. I mean, he has come, his level of capacity has increased because we've stepped in, because we've given him the opportunities to have a clean home, to be fed, clothed, have activities, loved. He's actually in an ADH home, which is an adult development home. Those homes are a little different, where when they join that home, they become part of a family, and they're usually the only one in the home. So we're just really excited that he's doing so well. So that's all I have, and I want to thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'd like to open it up for questions.
Well, first and foremost, want to thank you and your staff for all you do. And yes, you know, these are some of our very most vulnerable residents and some of the most challenging for sure. And especially because we don't always have the facilities and or the support systems here within Coconino County. And then they don't make it easier for you when they make it harder to get the federal and state benefits for these individuals. So thank you very much. You know, I've just unfortunately had to take on an incapacitated family member, and I am very, very firsthand aware of all the things that you have to do to really care and provide for the services and needs of individuals. So thank you for all of your great work. Really appreciate you. Other comments, questions, Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your presentation was so complete. I have absolutely no questions for you. And I remember your previous presentation that you gave a while back. I learned a lot there. And you're right. It's a calling. It's not a job that you guys do. You guys don't end up on the front page of papers. You probably are the least known of our county offices, and yet the work you do is so important. And thank you for sharing that story. That really shows that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to every other person on your fiduciary team, please share that with them. You guys do a great work.
I will do that. Thank you so much, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's always good to hear how the public fiduciary team is taking care of our most vulnerable. And I hope that we continue to be able to support your team the way we have in the past, so that we can continue to support those folks. The thing that always amazes me about your presentation is just how many folks that you have to take care of that don't actually live in Coconino County, and the expense that creates for our county. And so just I'm impressed with the work that's done. It's so vital work. We talk about the most vulnerable, and these folks are the most vulnerable in our county. And so it's such important work that you do, and just want to thank you and your team for all the hard work that you do.
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. We have other departments that, this is to county managers. We have other departments where we're talking about services to individuals that do not live in Coconino County. Need to take a look overall to all the, to all the departments to see. We want to educate our state legislators and these funding agencies to be able to say this is a demand that is increasing, and the costs and how it's impacting the county. I think it'd be really good to look across. Here's another one. I know that we have discussed that within our sheriff and our court systems, but I think we need to include your department in that. And then and then the mandates. This is you're always in the legal world. Everything that you do, everything you write down. And so the mandates, I don't know how legislation is impacting you. If there's any, you talked about the federal action and how it impacts you. But I like to see if the our government affairs is documenting all of that, because that turns into our own advocacy book, so that we can better advocate on your behalf. The impacts of federal cuts, shutdowns, or state legislators' actions, those we need those stories from individuals, what's happening on the ground. When you visit someone and you notice that, oh, this is happening here, and here this action happened in DC, and you see on the ground what actually happens to people. Their food is not, they don't have enough food. Their benefits are reduced, or housing becomes an issue. Transportation becomes an issue. All of that, I think, really. And then on the other side too, most of your clients are in a care center somewhere. That covers everything, I think. And then what impact is happening there that is costing more over on this side to the patient, to the individual, and to the county? And so I think that's a really, really good to look at, to be able to get that information from you, so that we can add that as part of our packet, that we go and we educate on your behalf and the client's behalf, because you operate in a very complex legal world, but you see firsthand what these impacts are. So I would ask government affairs and your department to work together on that. And then if there's any other issues that we need to address, then we need to know that as well. So thank you for your presentation. It's always so thorough, and just the amount of work is becoming more complex. It's not a simple task you have. You're saying everything has to be accurate and always audit ready. So I just thank you for your work and all of your staff and your clients. And I hear your stories, and they're very fortunate to have you have that oversight to make sure they're protected because they can't protect themselves, and many don't have their families there, so you become the family. So I just want to thank you. That's a huge responsibility. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Just to say thank you so much for all the hard work you do, and all the staff that are in your department. Just make sure that we told them that, thank you for all the good work that they're doing. And there's a couple questions I had, or comments, and those were already provided by the board members. So mainly, how we're going over and beyond to other counties, and and we're trying to address ours in Coconino, and then the others are. But I don't think we could be turning them away. But how do we leverage that? I guess is what the main one I had. But I just want to say thank you again, and thank you to my colleagues. And I know it's really heartfelt. Growing old, I don't know who's going to take care of me with a big mouth I have. But anyway, I don't think anyone wanted to. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. You know, sometimes you have to laugh about things, but I'm laughing about myself. But I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, any otherwise, thank you so much, and thank you for your team for being with us, and all the best to the clients that you serve. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you all.
All right, so we're moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Rashida and team, for your presentation and the open discussion. Next up, we have Parks and Recreation as our last department for the morning. So welcome, Cynthia and team. We'll get your presentation up and running, and it is up, and we'll make it run. So Eric, thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Eric Peterson, Deputy County Manager. It's my pleasure to bring Parks and Recreation up next in our budget review this year. You will find in their tab many different increment requests that the manager's office is glad to recommend in support of the quality of life and the improvement of quality of life across our county through our Parks and Recreation Department. I'm thankful for the team there, and I'll just run through them briefly. Obviously, the 5% CPI is being applied to Parks and Recreation as with all departments. We do have increases in the fair fund increments request there, one time of 20,000 and recurring of 43,500 for fair operations and improvements. In the Parks Partnership Fund, the PPP fund, we are recommending $150,000 for an investment in pickleball courts at Fort Tuthill. We are recommending $113,400 for controlled burns and wildlife management, $85,000 for a skid steer that's much needed for Rob and his team. And then also I want to just highlight the campground development. You see a TBD there. That is TBD simply because we have not put the general fund match in the budget depending on the receipt of the grants that Cynthia intends to apply for. So I wish at this time to turn it to her, but also just say thank you, Parks and Recreations. I know I have pushed and stretched and pulled and sometimes been pushed by them to talk about these great investments that we can make, but there's a bright future ahead as we look at Fort Tuthill, at Gonzales, at all of our county parks, and the work that they do there to improve the quality of life across our county. So with that, Ms. Nemeth, I'll turn to you.
And this is great. We have a breath of fresh air. We're dealing with Parks and Rec. So really great to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today with my colleagues from the Parks and Recreation Department. I have Assistant Director Liz Krug with me, our Construction Operations and Maintenance Manager, Rob. I don't know why I said Rob. Nobody ever calls him Robert, but Rob Morrison, as well as Shayla Gunn. She is our Program and Services Manager, as well as the County Fair Manager. Each of them run one of our 4 divisions. Shayla actually oversees 2 of our divisions, and we divide our operations into 4 divisions, one being the Administrative Division, the Operations and Natural Resources Division, that also includes the maintenance and the construction work that Rob oversees, and then the County Fair Division. So that's how we divide those up, and each of my colleagues will touch on those areas that they are responsible for. They'll talk about their accomplishments for the past year and goals as we look forward. And with that, I'm going to invite Shayla Gunn to come up, and she'll begin with the 2 divisions that she oversees.
Thank you, Cynthia, and good morning. As Cynthia mentioned, I oversee the Programs and Services Division for the department. I should say my team and I oversee it. Basically, what that entails is special events and the special event permits that we issue. That also includes, of course, several programs and classes that we offer throughout the year, and programs including Rec on Wheels. And in addition to that, some of my team members and I also oversee some of our PPP agreements. And then we also oversee some of our functions directly related to our Parks and Recreation office. And what I mean by that is, for example, we oversee our Ramada reservations, facility rentals or field rentals, and then just general inquiries that come in via our public through our Parks and Recreation office. And then last and certainly not least, as Cynthia mentioned, I'm also the manager for the Coconino County Fair. And on that note, I'll go ahead and get into some of our accomplishments first. So I wanted to give you all an overview. As you see, we've got some percentages listed there at some of the increases in revenue that we received. Now, this is based, of course, on our 2025 fair versus our 2024 fair. So beginning with parking, we've noted that we received a 13% increase. And what that equates to in a dollar amount is a little over $6,000 in increased revenue. And then next, we've got an increase to our vendor revenue. So we do receive a percentage of revenue from our food vendors that participate in the fair. And so with that 24%, again, we're comparing 2024 to 2025, that 24% equals about $16,000 in increased revenue. And then as we move down just a tad, we also secured 5 new sponsorships for our 2025 fair. Now, I can't take credit for that, although I'd love to, but our previous community outreach coordinator, Lindsay, she no longer works for our department, but she was instrumental in gaining those 5 new sponsorships. And again, if we put it into a dollar amount, that equaled about an additional $9,000 in increased revenue for our 2025 fair. Yes, it's great. And then I'm going to move over to mentioning a couple of the goals we have upcoming for our 2026 fair. So we're looking at some enhancements that we'd like to do, beginning with our entrance. As Eric mentioned, that is an SIR request that we submitted this year for $20,000, and that's one-time funding. So essentially with that funding, what we'd like to do is purchase several items, primarily decorative items, also looking at maybe doing some enhancements to our ticket booths. But the idea is that we want to create a more inviting, enjoyable experienced first impression as folks walk up to our entrance, to whether it's to purchase tickets or redeem tickets and essentially make their way into the fairgrounds. And then the other thing we'd like to do, I'll just briefly mention, as we wander into our fairgrounds, we're looking at enhancing our main stage area. And so with that, as many of you know, we do get a lot of wonderful entertainment acts for the fair, and they draw some really great crowds. So it's a good problem to have, but what we end up finding is obviously our main stage area will get quite overcrowded. So it should be a relatively simple fix, we hope, but we're gonna rearrange some things so that we can allow more people to come in under the main stage and enjoy the shows that we have. And then I'm gonna move into, I wanted to highlight some of the pictures that we've included here for you all. So the first picture immediately to my left, that would be Coco the cow, our fair mascot. And we've got Coco the cow helping us with one of our contests, which is our corn husking contest. Last year during the 2025 fair, that was our 3rd annual. It's quite popular. We have a youth and adult categories. Anyway, so like I said, that's Coco helping us get ready for that contest. And then the next picture, that is from the Friday of our fair. And I'll just briefly mention that last year we implemented a new program, which we refer to as Youth Day. So basically what that entails is youth 17 and under gained free entry into the fair from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah, it was great. Previously, we had Schools Day, which was also wonderful, but we were finding there were some challenges for schools to get there, and then the time capacity that they had to stay. Anyway, that was a first year contest. It was a frozen T-shirt contest, and the idea, staff and I made it nice and hard for these kiddos to. In essence, we put the shirts in the freezer a couple days before this. And the idea is that they had to manipulate the shirts and get them on their person. And the first one to do that essentially won the prize. We made it especially.
It was a warm day. And
it was in the morning. And we made it especially hard. And I think we'll change it for the 2026 fair. But we made it especially hard because we decided to not only put these wet shirts, we put them in red Solo cups and then stuck them in the freezer. So not only did they have to get the shirts out of the cups first, which was a challenge. It was fun. We might change that. And then the next picture is also from Youth Day. We offer a scavenger hunt program So essentially, kiddos go around to each of our buildings. We issue stamps to all of our fair superintendents. And so if they finish the pamphlet with essentially visiting each of the buildings and getting their stamp, they take that to our information booth and they get a prize bag. So that was a fun little thing that we did as well. And then moving on to recreation programs and services. Again, I'll just mention some of our accomplishments, beginning with Rec on Wheels. As you see there, we attended 13 different events throughout the year. And by doing that, we essentially, we basically had about 600 participants throughout those 13 events. Primarily, those are youth, but of course, we've got adults and parents that also enjoy partaking in the games that we offer with that. And then staff also, this is kind of a fun fact, staff also put the number of miles together. So between those 13 events, we traveled a little over 1,200 miles to participate in those. And then the other accomplishment that I'd like to mention, so we partnered with Flagstaff Archers to have a free community event at the archery range. So the archery range, typically to access that, there is a fee associated with it. We either have a $15 day use fee, or certainly you can purchase an annual pass via our Flagstaff Archers group. But on this particular day, again, it was free to the community. We offered 2 sessions, and although it was free, we did require pre-registration because we wanted to cap it at 50 people each. And, happy to mention that we did, not only did we fill up those classes, or sessions, I should say, they filled up very quickly. So it was a successful day. The public could bring their own equipment if they if they wanted to, or we had equipment available for use. And so with that, I'm certain that that is something that we'll probably do moving forward in partnership with the Flagstaff Archers group. And then moving over to goals, some goals that I want to highlight for the upcoming year. First, we're entering into a partnership with the Health and Human Services Department. They received a grant via the Family Spirit Project. And essentially with those grant monies, they're going to be purchasing several activity kits, sensory type games, sensory type elements. Youth that'll benefit from that are ages birth to 5 years old. So in terms of our contribution to that, we're going to be participating in some of their play space events via obviously our staff and our Rec on Wheels program. And then the other thing that I'd like to mention is I'm currently working with staff. We're looking at increasing our program offerings, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to seek out new additional instructors to offer these programs, or rather I should say classes for us. And also mention that as we move down just a few bullet points, we're also looking at ways to increase revenue. Some of those ways can include and will include generating additional events. But likewise, where we mentioned that will increase our recreation programs and classes, that is also an excellent opportunity for us to generate some additional revenue for the department, because the idea is that these classes specifically will be fee-based. So that could generate some additional revenue for us down the line. And then moving into some pictures that we've highlighted for you all. The first one again to my left. So we currently offer several archery classes throughout the year. Those are primarily beginner classes, although we do also offer some intermediate programs. Anyway, so that picture was taken at our archery range. And then the middle picture was taken during a program that we participated in with Rec on Wheels. And it was CIP Day in the Park, which is Children of Incarcerated Parents Day, which was held in October of 2025. And then, of course, the next picture is a picture of our Rec on Wheels trailer. And I believe that was taken the same day as the CIP day, which was held at Bushmaster Park. And then from there, we'll have some pictures to highlight some of our special events. So again, the first picture to my left is a picture of from our dog show. The dog show is held each July. And typically, one of the things that they, in terms of attendance numbers, they report the number of dogs that they have, which is cute. So they typically have about 1,000 dogs that participate in that. Yeah. And then the next one is of the Flagstaff Pro Rodeo. That event takes place in June. That is a 3-day event, and typically they see about 8,000 people in attendance. And then the last picture, of course, is Overland Expo, which is the largest event that we permit at Fort Todd Hill. That is also a 3-day event that typically sees about 40,000 people in the park. And with that, that concludes some of my information. And I will turn it over to Rob Morrison.
Any questions on the program?
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler.
Right. Thank you.
Of course.
Regarding these events, how do you, each of these events that you just mentioned, they do their own advertisement. But for the county programs, county fair, how do you advertise? How do you get the word out to the rural communities? You know, because this is a county fair. It's not Flagstaff fair.
You betcha.
And that I've been saying this for years.
Yep.
That this is the county fair.
You bet.
But
agree.
it doesn't seem like it goes outside of the greater Flagstaff area. So how do you advertise?
Sure. So we've got various methods that we use. Of course, social media is a large part in what we do. We have several fair superintendents who live in areas outside of Flagstaff. So we rely on them to assist us in that marketing. Of course, we print about 2,500 fair books. So we're either doing that in-house via full-time staff, or we're utilizing part-time staff to deliver those fair books throughout other areas of Coconino County. And then we also contract with Overdrive Media, and they help us with not only printed material, but we have, radio stations and, again, other areas other than just Flagstaff that we do several announcements of the fair. And we have our 4-H program. And again, we have youth that reside, again, in other areas, not just Flagstaff. And they do their part in trying to, help market the event. So we've got a few methods that we use. And of course, we're always looking at ways to improve on that. You bet.
How many years has that fair been going on? Just 76 or 77?
This will 77th.
77. Oh, lucky
Yeah.
number.
It is.
So,
Yeah.
all right.
We need to get it out into the communities and get
You
the
bet.
rural communities more involved. It is flag centric.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say about that. But it's just sound like Forrest Gump, huh?
That's okay. Yes,
But
I hear
I
you.
mean it in a good way,
You
because
bet.
this is our county fair.
Agree.
Not just an abstract of a Flagstaff fair. This is a county fair.
You bet.
Granted, most of the economic benefit is within Flagstaff. However, we need to take pride and say it's
Agreed.
we're involving our rural communities in this way, so they have a sense of ownership, a sense of being that this is theirs. But I don't see that.
I
So
agree
just
with you
wanted to
100%.
point that out.
You
Thanks.
bet. Of course. Anyone else?
Supervisor Begay.
Lena and I must have had the same kind of food this morning. We had the same thought. It's getting scary
That's
here.
okay. It happens.
But I just want to say that, I've been asking or talking about a place where, everybody uses the fair as maybe like a big old basketball court, right? As you know, we have had 6,000 people at our games in Phoenix area. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, you go in there and they put stuff out there, and it's just like, people are buying items for 15 bucks each. Popcorn is what, $10,
Mhm.
$15. And those are all money making stuff.
You bet.
And so right now, I can easily say from Fredonia all the way down to probably into Flagstaff, we don't have anything, including the rural communities. We don't have anything for kids. I mean, everybody loves basketball. And so I think, we really need to look at something like that where, because if you had a tournament going on every weekend, you'll have people from Chinle, from Fort Defiance, Shiprock, Farmington. Families come here. I mean, and they bring and then kids from their families come down up from Phoenix, and they do all sorts of these things and get involved, in the activities. But I think, since we don't have any recreational, we have the high schools, the mid schools, but it's very limited. And they're beginning to not want to shy away from that because it takes extra personnel and stuff like that. But I just want to say, it is true that we have to think about the whole county. Yes,
Agree.
I've heard that, well, Navajo Nation, Hopi Nation, all these people get their monies, but in the long run, and it's that where the election comes up, they do an election and they take part in all of that, and they get people in here within our government here in Flagstaff, like the attorney and others. So I just want to say, and we represent also those areas still, and we're just to me, we need to think about the whole county. What is out there? And I did mention that that time, I think here in Flagstaff would be good. A lot of people come from as far as Shiprock, Kayenta, Chinle, they all shop here in Flagstaff. And I always say that we make Flagstaff for what it is. We buy, when people lodge here, they come here to shop all the time. They get tires for their vehicle, get new vehicles, get new trailers, and buy, all sorts of stuff. They make their weekly or bi-weekly trips out here just for food. And so, and they eat at restaurants, they buy the gas. I mean, so we're the ones that out in the rural communities, they're the ones that are actually making Flagstaff who it is. And yet, there's really no sense of return. And I'm just kind of begging again. I don't know how many times I have brought this up before. Let's do a big old arena for, I mean, the Coliseum down there was packed all the way up to the top. People were standing and they were telling people to leave. One comes in, they're still lined up outside. One leaves, and then they let one person in, and that's how it's being. That's what's happening, and our kids are really into it. Right now they have different organizations going, and they're going into Las Vegas, to play, and even down to California. And Hawaii, they go to Hawaii, they go to the East States to play basketball. So, I'm just kind of wondering, what do we do for something that the whole county can use? Right now, we're kind of, I guess, I just want to say, before I just say something I don't want to say, but I better stop here. Yeah, but I think you guys get the picture. I think we need to think about everybody within the whole county. That's just one. I don't know about other stuff, but I think that's something that I would like to really advocate for. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, you have a follow-up?
I do. Just want to say that, you know, over the years, the fair has really improved. It's just expanded. I really like the improvements that you have made. And then, you know, amphitheater is so important, just that improvement and the better management of people flow and security of people. That is really, through the years, it's really improved. So I just really want to compliment you on that. And then your mobile unit that goes out, that, you know, everyone is so excited for that little unit to come around, and just that little time out there, it really is very meaningful. And then just the amount of attention on revenue also. What's going, how can we create partnership and create revenue, increase revenue? That attention has really improved in your department as well. So I just want to thank you for that, and just all of your staff. You guys are doing an amazing job, and I don't want to just I sound very negative in a way of community outreach, but that I mean that only in a positive way, that we have to always think about that. But your staff and just the amount of work that you all do just to put a fair on, and all these creative events that you hold, it's just amazing. And the partnership that you all have created, that's very innovative and creative. And I just want to compliment you on your accomplishments. They are huge accomplishment, and a lot of it has taken years to accomplish. And then nurturing those partnerships, that takes a lot. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to highlight the promotion of the county fair and the outreach. We have a new outreach coordinator, and one of her goals this year is to really look at a very comprehensive marketing strategy and plan for the county fair. So know that we are looking to do a thorough analysis, evaluation of what we have been doing and what we can do better. So stay tuned for that. And your comments are very timely and very well taken, as well as yours, Supervisor Begay. Thank you.
Hi, Robert.
Well, my mom would be very happy that somebody called me Robert today, so it's not a bad thing. My mom does call me Robert, so it's okay. All right. I'm Rob Morrison. I'm the Operations and Construction Manager. The areas that we oversee in my division is oversee all of the parks, all of the open spaces, all the trails, all of the facilities out at Fort Ted Hill and all of our different parks. And when we look at these goals and accomplishments, we're really looking at three things that we look at every single time we look at a building or a park or an open space. We look at fire, life, and safety, we look at functionality, and then we look at appearance. And those are the three things we look at. And everything that we try to do in our accomplishments as well as our goals touch on at least one or more of those things. And so starting in with the accomplishments, as you all know, we completed the grant-funded Ramada out at Fort Ted Hill. It's a beautiful structure. Know that we're going to be building another one as part of the Homestead Trail that we'll talk about here in a minute. But we've also, if you haven't noticed, we put in a small picnic Ramada that was just put in a few months ago. We've got a few more of those that are going in as part of that same 1AZ grant with the Friends of Coconino County Parks. So it's continuing to improve the functionality of our park once again, as well as the appearance, because that Ramada at Fort Ted Hill is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. One of the other things that we've recently done that maybe some of you haven't had a chance to go up and look at is our wildlife drinker. That was a labor of love for our natural resources supervisor, Jeffrey Gross. Took a water tank from Lowell Observatory that we got donated to us years and years and years ago, and we're able to utilize it to capture water that allows us to provide a drinking source for our wildlife friends that like to visit our park. And then we've got some trail cameras that are up there that have captured a number of different animals that are visiting our park system. So it's been great. This past weekend, if you didn't get a chance to go to Pepsi Amphitheater opening, they had a wonderful weekend of opening, including a sold-out show on Saturday. And we added some ADA seating to the amphitheater that was heavily used. I know I was there on Thursday for the show on Thursday, and then I was there on Saturday, and it was heavily used both of those days, and so it's a major improvement. So one of the many things that we're starting to move that needle with the amphitheater and improve it and to make it even better than it is.
What seating is this?
ADA seating.
ADA, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't hear the
Yeah.
abbreviation.
Sorry.
Great.
Yeah, so we added a new platform up top, and then
That's where it is.
and then better labeled all of the other ADA seating as well, so that it was much more readily available to the people that needed it.
And it's in the shade, right?
It is not in the shade.
It's not?
It's not. It's right. It's up top. So it's not quite in the shade. So
Something to think about in the future.
yes. So shifting over to goals, I know that you guys have all come out and seen our new bike park restroom that we put in a few years ago. So we're moving the needle once again, and we've got another restroom that's going to be coming into place. That's going to be landing in the park sometime in late October, early November. Quad water sewer project. Oh, that's been a long, long process. So the infrastructure that we had in there was 1930s built, and so it was in dire need of replacement due to the amount of water loss that that those old pipes have seen over the course of years. We are probably about 2/3 of the way done with the underground work. Still have more ways to go, but we're going to have a little bit of a pause with the events that we have coming up with Overland Expo, and then back at it after that, and hopefully be able to finish it up this summer. Supervisor Fowler, you talked about safety. One of the things that we've been really ticking away is improving the lighting in our park in Fort Tuthill. And one of the things that's going to happen after Overland Expo is we're going to start to put in some new lights in our parking lots. We've added some lights to the entranceway of the amphitheater, which has been a huge success for that. We've included and increased the number of lights along our Flagstaff Urban Trail system that runs right in front of our main office and commercial building. And that has really helped illuminate that intersection right there when you come in, to help with that crossing of people and vehicles so that people can stay safe in those twilight hours. I talked earlier about the Homestead Trail out at the Frontier property out at Rogers Lake County Natural Area. We are starting construction on that next week. So we'll start breaking ground next week and starting to rough in the trail system, with a contractor being shortly after that to start to finish the trail and hopefully be able to get people out there soon so that we can see one of the best view sheds in all of Flagstaff. Quad building improvements. Once again, we were able to utilize some fair funding this last year and starting to improve the buildings on the fairgrounds. The roofing that was on those fairgrounds hadn't been touched in 25 plus years. And so that's in the process of being re-roofed right now, all of them. We are probably about 2/3 of the way done with the tear off and winters and the weatherproofing, and then they'll start shingling today, and they should be done here in the next couple of weeks with the roofing of all the fairgrounds buildings. We've also been working on the electrical, improving the safety and the functionality for all the different buildings. So that's in process. We're probably about 85 to 90% done with that. We've got a couple buildings left to go, and we should be moving that along as well. The next phase on that project is to start to address all the windows and doors in all those buildings. And if you've been out there and see the number of buildings that we have, the number of windows and doors is quite a lot. And so we're going to start to tick that away here in the next couple months so that we can start to improve the functionality, the appearance of all of those buildings. The last thing I want to talk about is the weed management program. It's something that not a lot of people talk about. Nobody wants to talk about weeds, but we have an invasive weed problem in our county, and we have done something that at least Parks and Rec hasn't had before, is that we've put together a weed plan with our natural resources supervisor, Jeffrey Gross, who's done a great job of putting it together, and we are starting to wrap our hands around weeds and yank them out by their roots so that we can start to address that weed problem now before it becomes so unmanageable that would take a significant amount of money to address. So we're really, in all of our goals and all of our accomplishments, really trying to move the needle in all of our park systems. Fort Tut Hill is really kind of our largest and our oldest park, and it's needs a lot of deferred maintenance work, and so we're trying to take away those items currently. Some of the pictures, once again, I talked about the Ramada structure. The other one in the center is working on the irrigation system in the Willow Bend Gardens, which has been something that's been needed, and our partners that we have in Friends of Coconino County Parks, as well as the Friends of Willow Bend Gardens, have really been instrumental in really kind of moving the needle on having that garden to really start to become something to be really proud of. And the last picture is obviously during the construction of the Ramada that you see on your left. Once again, just an amazing structure, and we get to build another one. So that, thank you.
Any comments, questions? You know, I'm anxious. Are those Ramadas being used?
Yes.
They're really cool, and they're cool looking too. So
yeah, the one that's right there by the bike park, the wooden structure is being used almost every single weekend.
Good, good.
And during the course of the day, we see families having picnics there. It's not a reservable Ramada, so it is kind of a drop-in use, and we want to keep it that way so that people can drop in, use it. We're seeing lots of people either at the beginning of their runs or beginning of their bike rides or end of them, stop by there, have a quick bite to eat, quick stretch, and then on the way they go.
So the other is that wildlife drinker.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're seeing a lot more wildlife
Yes.
in the area.
Absolutely.
And you've got some cameras out there?
We do.
You know, it'd be really fun to do is to, if you can, I don't know if they let you do this, but to download some of those photos and just, you know, I mean, I have to tell you, I love the Shadow and what's the other, the two eagles, and they've
Yep.
Jackie and Shadow. I mean, I have to check in every morning to see how they're doing.
Yep.
And, you know, it's just wonderful to see, you know, the eagles up close and personal.
Yeah.
And anyway, it might be really cool to do that with the,
Well, we're going to have to leave some photo release forms out there for the deer
Well,
and all of
you
that.
know, I know
I mean,
Jackie and Shadow should be asking for royalties, but,
right.
but anyway.
Yeah, no, and we do share them. And, we share them on social media, and I think
Good.
and on the website as
Oh,
well.
cool. All right,
So,
great. I will start paying attention.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Why she doesn't return our texts or
What's that?
I'm too busy watching Jackie and
Yeah,
Shadow.
exactly.
No, I just see her name pop up and I turn, no, just kidding. All right. All right, any other
Turn it-
comments, questions? All right, we're moving on. Hi, Liz.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Liz Krug, Assistant Director with Coconino County Parks and Recreation. And I'm going to be talking about the Administration Division today and some of the challenges, partnerships, and solutions, and then the increment request from our department. And in terms of our administration division, this division is responsible for financial planning, oversight, and well-being for the department, community outreach and engagement for programs and services, and also for really achieving the department objectives, especially related to the master plans and the capital improvement plan. So the staff are myself, well, Cynthia, myself, and the senior administrative manager, the accounting technician 3, and the community relations coordinator. So to highlight a couple of accomplishments from this division, we helped to collaborate and facilitate that One Arizona Community, One AZ Community Foundation Friends of Coconino County Parks grant. So what does that mean? We really helped with the planning, the budget, and then the meetings to help make this grant successful. So we want to know what can we do with a particular grant, how much money we're asking for, and then how to really implement it on the ground. And that grant, that 3-year grant, is in year 2 right now. We also helped to secure an Arizona State Parks Heritage Fund grant for the Homestead Trail that Rob was talking about. What does that mean? Excuse me. What does that mean? Well, we helped to write the grant. We helped to do the grant management of quarterly reports and then the reimbursement requests so that we can be successful in that and then go apply for another grant. And then the final accomplishment that I'll highlight is we completed 2 financial audits about the county fair that resulted in limited to no findings. We're pretty thankful for that one. I'll highlight a few goals for this coming year. We would like to conclude the cost recovery and fee update. Already, a lot of staff time and energy was put forward to come up with the numbers in association with the county consultant to assess the fees. So we'd like to take the next steps to conclude that process. We would like to conclude the Gonzales Ranch donation and master plan. You guys are well aware of that. Should that go forward by the end of this fiscal year, we would look to do a master planning process so we can fully know and plan forward what those amenities would be at the site. We would also, a goal is to pursue new funding sources and opportunities through the grants and public-private partnerships, really especially the projects on the 10-year capital improvement plan that you're familiar with. And the last goal that I'll highlight is we'd really like to implement a second phase of the Northern Arizona Trails project. And already we've had conversations with the town of Tusayan about that. And then what are some challenges, partnerships, and solutions for our department? Well, as others have mentioned, the CPI is a challenge that we face along with minimum wage increases, of course, cost of goods and cost of services that continue to increase, and that really making sure that our budget accommodates all of those. As Rob alluded to, construction delays due to seasonal event schedule. Well, prime time of year for our events are May through September, coincides with the best time for construction. And that's a dance that we have to do, and Rob's waltzing pretty well right now, so say that. And the final challenge I'll just indicate really is that last bullet point. The Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, LWCF grant, which is administered through the Arizona State Parks Department. They allow only 1 request at a time, and our department may have 2 shovel-ready projects that are in need of these funds at the same time, those being the Gonzales Lake project, and for any developments there, as well as the campground. Those are 2 potential LWCF projects. So what are some creative solutions and partnerships that we do? Well, the partnership with our nonprofit group, the Friends of Coconino County Parks, really helps us to have those conversations about what are the projects from our master plans again and our community, our capital improvement plan. What are those projects that we would like to achieve? So really having those conversations with the Friends of Coconino County Parks has led to concrete funding solutions that we're really proud of and thankful for. Next, the congressionally directed funds. Those funds are supporting the Quad Water Sewer project as of right now. Well, that's allowing us to do that at no additional cost to the county. So we're very thankful for that. And then another creative solution that Shayla mentioned is that partnership with the Health and Human Services about this play space grant to have additional offerings provided through Rec on Wheels for ages birth through 5. And I don't have any photos, but I was going to say that if we had photos, it would have been lots of smiles after 2 successful financial audits and quite a few smiles when we are awarded grants. So in lieu of that, I'm going to move on to increment requests.
And by the way, we want a shout out to, of course, our wonderful senators and Congress people who were the ones who pushed through the congressionally directed funds. Really appreciate that. I know Senator Kelly came out and in acknowledgement of that and the great job you're all doing. So just want to shout out for them.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. So as we look at the increment requests from our department, the first one is the the controlled burns in the amount of $113,400. So this request addresses the need for wildfire management at multiple locations: Rogers Lake County Natural Area, Rogers Lake Community Forest, and Fort Tot Hill County Park. And this is a one-time funding request where 8% or $8,400 would be from the Navy's REPI Management of Natural Resources Endowment Grant. And then the remainder, 92% or $105,000, would be from the department's Green Fund amount. The second request is in the amount of $85,000 for a skid steer. And this addresses the purchase of a really important piece of equipment. Our current equipment is 24 years old, and it's an essential machine in our fleet due to its versatility and compatibility with existing attachments. So some of the few ways that it's used are towards special events, construction and maintenance of trails, roadways, parking lots, and drainage basins, snow removal operations, and annual support of the county fair. And this request would be supported by the Public-Private Partnership Fund and help alleviate the funding burden from the general fund, similar to that $113,400 of the controlled burns. Okay. 3 more increment requests. The county fair budget for fair enhancements and general budget increase. So we are requesting, this kind of has 2 parts. We're requesting a one-time fund from the fair fund balance to provide improvements to the Coconino County Fair main entrance that Shayla mentioned. And that would be that greater sense of arrival. And that's for the amount of $20,000. We are also requesting recurring funds from the fair fund balance to meet the continual demands and rising costs, especially of entertainment, as well as equipment rental services. And that's for $43,500. And all of those would be coming out of the fair fund. The next one, the campground development. These funds are being requested to bring improvements to the Fort Tot Hill County Park campground that would include expected amenities such as flushing toilets, showers, electrical and water hookups, in addition to numerous additional RV sites. And what we found really is that the investment amount and length of return on that investment has been a challenging factor for our department to incentivize private operations to agree to. So what we're recommending is that the county take leadership in bringing about a modern, well-appointed campground with a small partner investment while using the department's public-private partner funds and leveraging those funds toward a grant. And this is really what Eric has mentioned before. So we would be requesting $1 million in general fund in case the department exceeds its available funds or is unsuccessful in receiving a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. $160,000 from the campground repair fund, that's 8% of that amount. $960,000 from the Public-Private Partnership Fund for construction, that represents 45% of the amount. And lastly, we would require a $400,000 minimum investment from the campground partner to be used towards this project. And I'll note that the county manager's office is not recommending that $1 million general fund contingency at this time. And if our department were not to receive the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, that our department reevaluate where the remaining funds would be pulled from, such as PPP, or perhaps scale back the project.
And on that point, I want to make very clear that the budget did not include the $1 million contingency that was noted. While supportive of doing the project, really, go for the grant application,
Ab-
see if we can get the award. If not, then we will come back and reconsider the possibilities for the project.
And I think that's a great way to approach this. But, you know, this is a revenue producing asset
Absolutely, ma'am.
that we've just left that revenue producing asset, you know, undeveloped, as probably the best way to say it. And, you know, I just look at counties that have their county campgrounds, and first of all, they're really cool and I use them. But second of all, you know, they're great for tourism. They're great for economic development, and quite frankly, they way pay for themselves. But there's a lot that needs to get done there for it to be a nice campground. A lot.
So I do want to highlight great conversations with Cynthia and the team, and that we do need to have before we can make the LWCF grant application and know some real costs, some really hard inputs into planning and design and such like that, which this budget does provide for, so that we can do that and make a quality grant application to move forward, take that effort, and hopefully that effort is successful. And then if not, we'll come back and recombobulate this issue and figure out where we go from there.
I'm glad, and it sounds like you're coming up with some creative ways to finally move this campground development forward. So I want to thank you for that, and thank the county management for coming up with some creative ways to do just that. And I look forward for continuing discussions on this, because I really do think this is a great opportunity for us. So any other comments, questions? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, the pickleball courts, where are those going to go at?
Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros, it would go into, if you would, if you are familiar with what we call the north entrance of a park, not the roundabout entrance, but the one that's immediately north of that, there's the APS substation. It would be near the APS substation.
Okay, and are any of these going to be, are they going to be for public use? Is there going to be a fee attached to it?
Those
What's
are
the
great questions.
management
At
of-
this time, the last increment request would be $150,000 to address design and construction plans. And what you brought up are some great questions. We would definitely have them open for available use. Whether there'd be a fee charge for it or not is not something we've landed on at this time.
Okay.
But we could look into that, exactly.
Again, we've had great conversations about that. It came from a experience where we had time-managed pickleball courts where no staff was needed. People got a code to get in, you know, and such. And so, I mean, there are ways to do this now with the available technologies that could provide for fee structure. And we will balance that and come back with our ideas and recommendations.
Okay. I will stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. And the it should be clear then, the $150,000 increment request is for design and construction plans. And that would, yeah, so I'll just stop it right there. But that would be a one-time allocation from the Public-Private Partnership Fund. And that concludes my part. I'll just again note that these increment requests are, with the exception of the campground, a part of the campground development, these increment requests are coming from the department funds and not from the general fund. Any other questions at this time?
Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to comment that, wow, we're at the campground with bathroom stage. At one time, that was just a dream, wondered, because people have to understand there were water line issues, all the little, every issue you can think about and infrastructure-wise, just to lay the foundation. And how are we going to do it? Where's the money going to come from? And then it's been in slow steps to get to this point. So I think the public needs to understand the amount of work that has been done by this county just to improve the Port Tuck Hill. So it's really, really great to be at this stage right now.
Well, thank you for saying that, Supervisor Fowler. We joke often that we're, sewer and water lines may not be the most exciting thing to talk about, but they're laying the foundation for the good work that we do. So we really appreciate them. So thank you.
Comments, questions? Oh, all right.
And then to round out our presentation for today, we'll talk a little bit about our financial realities. And really, I mean, things have actually been looking up for us in terms of our finances, as we like to think of them. For example, last year we had the challenge of emergency medical services and fire. We need to have a contract with a provider. We had been working with Highlands Fire. They changed their their fee assessment schedule, their model, their methodology, which really caused a significant increase in that cost to the county. And so we went out to bid and also got a quote from the City of Flagstaff. And while we really appreciate Highlands, they really tried to work with us. They had to stick with their formula. They used that formula. They reduced it. They gave us a percentage off of that formula. But the city's agreement, or proposal, I should say, came in much less. And it will save the county anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 each year, and allows us to cover an additional 220 acres, which previously were not covered, because it is based on an acreage fee. So we're glad to speak about that as a positive in terms of our financial realities. Also, just want to thank the creativity of county leadership and finance leadership and the employees there for really being creative in how, and also facilities. I also was very much involved in finding solutions to deal with our increased costs in utilities. And so those evaluations, those reassessments of funds, and also with fleet. So I acknowledge our colleagues in Public Works and working with finance, and the CPI adjustments, all have just gone such a long way. Let me change the slide here. Have gone such a long way in allowing us to better align our budget with the realities of cost and utilities.
Supervisor Vasquez has a question.
Yes.
Question on the previous slide, where it talks where it says FY21 to FY25 increased by 126, and FY21 to FY26 by 168. Does that mean it was like a 36% increase from FY25 to FY26?
It would from between FY21 to FY26. Yes, it was a 168% increase.
But the one before that says from 21 to 25. So I'm just asking. What I'm asking is the difference?
Yeah, exactly. It jumped up again, and then in FY26, it was going to go up yet another 18%. So, so untenable and hard to plan for, and just a lot to. I don't know. We're just trying to be good stewards of public funds, right? So, and then another positive related to the cost of utilities is the amphitheater. Speaking to all of that work that has been done over the course of time, putting in new water lines, then later coming back with sewer, has now allowed us to tie in the amphitheater last year into the sewer. So previously we were contracting with a service provider to haul out wastewater that was collected on site and then take it to be processed as wastewater. So that you can see some of the costs in previous years for that septic pumping service. We don't know what the cost is now that we're tied into the sewer at the amphitheater. We'll be able to monitor that, and once we give it a full year, we'll have a better idea of what those annual costs are going to be compared to what we paid before. But already we're seeing that they're coming in at a much better price. So again, another opportunity to save dollars to the general fund. Another financial reality is that we're really due to increase our fees in the area, especially in the area of facility rentals, especially in the area of the special events that come to us and rent county facilities for their own events and frankly their own financial gain. And these fees have not been increased for nearly 10 years. We have done a very thorough analysis this fall, and we feel that if our recommendations are approved, we would be presenting a 5-year period of time where these fees are they incrementally go up so that there's not such a drastic change from 0 to 60. Because some fees are going up between 5 and 30%. Some fees are not going up at all, just to be clear. All of this, though, with the mind that we are following our cost recovery policy, which is a policy that this board approved in 2013 and then reevaluated, I think it was like 2020. Also note that the fee recommendations are not just based on the cost of service, but also we've done a market analysis as well. What are others charging for a Ramada rental? What are others charging for arenas, for example? So we want to make sure that we're, again, being smart and being good stewards of public assets. The good news is that we have communicated with our stakeholders, primarily those who rent those facilities for their special events, like the Overland, the rodeo, the dog shows, all of the the races, all of the 60 plus events that come through Fort Tuthill every year. We have communicated with them, letting them know that this is coming. And we've also let them know kind of the range of increases that they may see. So we're already communicating with them. We're not hearing, as we often can when it comes to fees, we're not hearing as of yet any concerns. I mean, there have been a few questions that we've been able to answer, but we're committed to working with those stakeholders, keeping them informed at every juncture of this process.
And I think it's important for fees to take a look at them and to reevaluate on an ongoing basis. What you hate to see, and
more frequently,
which I've seen sitting on the BLM rack, is that they took so long for the Forest Service and for the BLM to take a look at their fee structure that all of a sudden it looks drastic when they hadn't made fee changes for 20 years. So I mean, I think that's another reason to try to take a look at this on an ongoing, regular basis. So it's not this automatic sticker shock because you've gone through for a decade without making any changes.
Which is why we want to, do so incrementally over a 5-year period. And we're not alone. You speak of the BLM, our friends down in Maricopa County Parks and Recreation. They're raising some of their regional park entry fees. They haven't raised their fees in 10 years as well. Their camping fees are going up, and they're doing it over the course of 3 years. So,
Madam Chair, if I just briefly can comment on that, we've talked a lot about the moratorium bill on fees and taxes and increases. That has stalled out at the legislature. Good news, that has stalled. So it's incumbent upon us. I think it's going to die away without becoming an issue, but so this might be the calendar year to figure out the fee increases across the board and get those things done and implemented. So.
So, all right. And then moving on to another financial reality where, the county, we are all so lucky to have the ability to collect revenue shares from our public-private partners. This has been an ongoing source of revenue that the Parks and Recreation Department has utilized to realize some very meaningful capital investments and improvements and purchases. You saw the skid steer on one of our SIR requests, which all of these alleviate our asking of those funds from the general fund. Let's see. And then so this has been a reliable source for the county to accomplish capital projects and accumulate capital funds from our public-private partners, and you leverage those, in fact, also with grants. So we have been able to make them go further by using them as match for grants. We are still hearing about the potential loss of one of our higher earning public-private partners. They are looking for another site, but they really want to talk to the county. They're really interested to see what the county can do. How can we continue to be a partner with them? They've enjoyed our partnership, and are there opportunities? And so we will be engaging in conversations with them to explore these options and to hear more about what their future plans are. There are also opportunities for new public-private partners that are just bubbling to the surface that you will be hearing about soon. We're meeting with some proposers that are interested in utilizing Fort Tuthill for a venture, and we'll be bringing that to you in a subsequent meeting. And then you have in front of you the 5-year plan, not to overburden you with the 10-year plan, which is very, very detailed. But this one just kind of outlines how we utilize those public-private partnership funds, but also the plan that we have for them anyway within the next 5 years. It's not just the public-private fund that you see there, but there's also the county fair fund balance that you see that how we intend with your approval to utilize those funds. We have got plans for them, but it'll be this board, hopefully, that gives us the final direction on that. And then also you'll see there the Parks Capital Fund. That Parks Capital Fund is finite. It does not have an ongoing source of revenue that comes to it. And this was presented not too long ago to the board, probably about a month or 2 months ago. We spent time talking about it in a little more detail about the sources and also about the departments, and I'll emphasize the department's philosophy of how we plan those dollars.
Madam Chair and members, I asked Cynthia specifically to bring this forward today. This is going forward in future budget years. I mean, we obviously have talked about many of these we just did a few months back, but it's your opportunity to understand where the capital plan is going for the department, and also to hear the input of you about what things you would like to see in that in the Parks and Recreation infrastructure. So we want to provide that and make sure that we did not hear major difference between the department's vision, Cynthia outlaid, and what your vision is as the elected Board of Supervisors and the owners of the Parks and Recreation system across this county. Public Works will be doing the same with their capital plan.
And then this is the dream team. This is the group that makes the magic happen. We've heard it before, like the fiduciary. We're small, but we're mighty. I think like a lot of us, a lot of departments within the county, we just do so much with the resources that we have. This is how we lay out structurally. I want to highlight the lower rungs in red, temporary seasonal. We rely a lot on that staff between May and September. They are the core staff that keeps our parks clean. They keep them well maintained. They support special events throughout that time. And then when they're gone in September, it's back to our full-time supervisors and all that, doing park maintenance runs, cleaning restrooms, pulling trash, and all that sort of stuff. So on top of their other responsibilities. I'll hit on just a few of the strengths. We feel that our Friends Group is a strength. We offer very unique opportunities for our locals and our citizens throughout the county, but also for tourists that come to the area. That's definitely one of our strengths, as well as the opportunity to generate revenue for the county. On one of our weaknesses, you've heard a lot about the aging infrastructure. We are ticking away at it. There's more to do. Think about the horse racetrack. I mean, so there are things there's lots that yet has to happen. And like many departments, limited staffing resources is something that we struggle with. However, some of the opportunities on the horizon that we can all be very excited about and look forward to are the Frontieri and the Gonzales Ranch developments. And then also the revenue generating opportunities that we feel that are on the horizon. Some of the threats, the economy continues to be a threat, and we're not alone in that. We recognize it. Because we're so natural resource based, we also feel threatened by what might come relative to weather and climate. And let's see, the outlook, well, we just plan on continuing to be very creative with our budget practices and leveraging our dollars with grants to the greatest of our ability. We want to continue, we will continue to be creative and resourceful. And we're always committed to maintaining safe public spaces, accessible recreation, and throughout the county. You know, we've made a huge step forward, we feel, with the Rec on Wheels, working with Coal Mine Chapter. We want to continue to move that needle forward. We do have the urge to be a Coconino County Parks and Recreation Department to the ability that we can within the resources that we have. And with that, I thank you. We'll take your questions, and here's our management team.
And I know Supervisor Vasquez has been very patient, unlike some of us. So Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I just love seeing all the different things that are happening at the park. It's such an important park for us and provides so much joy for our communities and our families. And so it's also one of those areas, as was mentioned earlier, that through the private-public partnerships is revenue generating. And that's so important for us because it sustains itself. And so it's been really just applaud your team for all that you've done to continue to develop the park, and look forward to seeing the future developments as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. And one thing we did not provide for you is a map. I mean, to see where we actually have our parks and the projects where we've actually, where we've been on Rec on Wheels, what the work that we did with Paige and the trail mapping project. So we'll endeavor to do that so that we can, even for ourselves, have a good understanding of where throughout the county we're having impact.
Good. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys do such a good job there. I mean, just across the board, and very excited with the Gonzales Lake project coming on board and what that's going to bring. I know you guys have put a lot of hard work into that. So one thing I wanted to thank you for this morning is I'm a fiscal conservative, and you look after the taxpayer dollars like I look after them. I mean, every penny that you can save, you do it. And I just want you to know that I see that, I notice it, and it is very much appreciated. And I know the taxpayers would, well, appreciate that too. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Again, thank you to you and your staff for the presentation and all that you do for the communities. I just wanted to really, really thank you for coming out to what we have is 6 chapters and another tribe within our district. And there's junk food sales tax, and we sat down, we talked about it and saying that we need some help, technical assistance, and you and your staff did not hesitate to come out to Coal Mine and meet with the community out there, even walking where they would like to see the bike trail and the walking trails. And so I think that you've done your job there. It's a matter of them taking it and running with it from there. But the technical assistance is something that they greatly appreciate, and they want me to say thank you to you also. So, but and Angie's guiding them through now, so hopefully something comes, but they're very slow. Now everybody's kind of like on elections again for the new council and the new president, and so the things have shifted to where the priorities were within the chapters, because some of the people within the chapters are on the ballots too. So, but I think that, that was a big plus. And then also, all the changes in the park, in the area where your offices are. I see a lot of changes, the Ramada, other things that are going up and being planned out, and all the like the restrooms that, saying upgrade this and that, that's going, and plans are being done to take care of those. So I just want to say thank you so much. And I see the Parks and Rec Commission is still vacant. If you can give me the qualifications, I can probably get that going and get someone in there for you. I know we have, Paul Days is the only one under District 4 that's in there, so I'll go ahead and, you can forward that to Angie. We can go ahead and work on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. We worked on the trails in Page, thanks to our commissioner there, and he's going to retire.
I know.
Oh, I gotta look for someone as great as him. We have to thank our commissioners. They're all volunteers, and
So
they
lucky.
absolutely put their heart into their work. I know
They do.
Steve from District 5, he has just been so creative, so involved, always ahead of us and trying to pull us along. So they're just amazing. Thank you to Parks. They're volunteers and just creative people so just have to thank all of them. I would like to propose, and looking at the county managers here, is that we have a grant that came in and identified, and there is a website that was contracted out where all these trails are, and doable trails. So we talk about economic development. I wonder if there is a way to bring all those trails that were identified under the county website. How do we do that? Because there are going to be more trails that are recognized and mapped, and be able to say that's our work there. That's our commissioners' work. So I'm just wondering about that. Just want to put it out there that no answer today. It's just something it's a valuable asset that we have.
I can say the wheels are in motion.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think that is really amazing, the work that you all did. And just another example, just everyday doable. If you're in Page, go to the website, and if you want to go on a short hike, they'll tell you where that trailhead is, provide photos, how difficult it is, and how to get I guess most important, how to get there. But anyway, it's really amazing job that we did, and really working with Kane County, our partner with Kane County. We're doing the same they're doing this projects like that, and we're doing that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for mentioning our great commissioners that do such a great job for Parks and Recs and for our community and the friends of Coconino County Parks. I
And
mean,
the Friends of Willow Gardens. I mean,
yeah,
our superintendents. I mean,
Yeah.
we rely on so many people.
That's right. And I think the reason we have such involvement is because people love our parks. And it provides not only a great recreational and outdoor opportunity for the people who live in Coconino County, but it is an economic driver for Coconino County. And it's the economic part of that I think we can even build on even further. So, and I take a look at what's going on in the amphitheater. Just, earlier in the season, we've got a sold out show. I know that Kerry Dunn and his crew is keeping us informed on what's going on there. And when I go to these events and I talk to the folks as we're standing in line, usually go to the bathroom, but when we're standing in line and I ask them, where are you from? And so many of the folks that are taking part in our musical venue there at the amphitheater are not even from Coconino County. So
60% apparently.
60%. So we're bringing folks in, and they're coming to our restaurants. They're staying at our hotels. They could be staying at our campground. So it's really wonderful, and I look forward to continuing to take a look at the economic possibilities there at the park. So thank you to you and your staff. You always are doing such a great job. And I know Liz, she sits in on some of our our summer, or I should say our winter, meetings that we have, and really appreciate you all thinking outside the box and what we can do to even enhance and extend our park system. So thank you so much.
And
Really
thank all of
appreciate
you.
you.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, that wasn't ending on a positive note here for for lunch. And I'm looking to you all. I know we're running a little late. When's our next 1 o'clock?
1:15.
1:15. So we
Okay.
do. I think 1:15 will give us enough time, all of us. So with that, we stand adjourned for lunch. Thank you again. get started again? Are we on, Lindsay? All right, good. And looks like we got a full house here this afternoon. So thank you for being with us. We are, of course, halfway through our budget session. And now that we're halfway through the day, we're more than halfway through our budget session. So we appreciate all of your assistance and help and information to really bring your departments to life and to also to represent your needs in your department. So thank you for being with us. And with that, I know it's Health and Human Services up next. And Erica Philpott is going to start us out.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. Excited to spend some time with Health and Human Services today. They brought a big team with them, so that is amazing. They have an interactive presentation that's going to actually have some QR codes in it. So if you're not able to use them on this monitor, then I have some handouts in case you need them, because they are high tech today. They're gonna bring it after lunch. So on the
Can't say the same for the board, however.
on their budget overview under the Health and Human Services tab, you can see the 5% CPI in the general fund, the 5% CPI in the Public Health Services District Fund, environmental health software being recommended, epidemiology surveillance being recommended, and the countywide grant coordinator being recommended. There are 2 items in gray that are not being recommended at this time. And then there is also a special revenue fund increment request that is the vital records staff support for 2 years. So the budget recommendation is to use the fund balance in the Vital Records Fund to support hiring a 2-year limited term FTE to assist with current demand levels in the Vital Records program. And I did want to just mention, I mentioned last week that Lorraine Ornelas has the 2nd most continuous county employment. She was hired in '89, so she has 37 years of service. But also, there are 2 other employees in Health and Human Services who have been here prior to 2000. So 2 other 90s employees, and that is Heather Williams, who was hired in '98, and Matilda Purdue, who was hired in '99. So just wanted to shout them out. I ran into an employee last week who said, "I heard that you shouted me out for my years of service in the budget presentation." So I think just thankful for all of the years of service that these employees are giving to our residents and our visitors. So thanks to them. And with that, I will turn it over to Michelle Axland.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Thanks for letting Health and Human Services present our budget and the phenomenal work that our teams are doing. So I will let Ricky load the PowerPoint. Wonderful. Thanks, Ricky. Okay, next slide. We're moving. So serving over 145,000 residents across our many programs, many of you, if not all of you, have had someone or know someone and referred them to Health and Human Services for support. I'd like to introduce our dynamic division manager team that helps us coordinate and make all the activities happen. If they're willing to stand up at least, I'm not sure they're brave enough to come up.
Right. Thank you.
Next slide. Today, we are 7 divisions strong, providing services all across the county. We have over 154 employees representing and offering over 74 different types of programs. Yes, some of them are a program of one. But under this umbrella, this is a very mighty team. Would all the HHS staff members in the boardroom please stand for a moment? They are the foundation of our strength. Every day, They are out there in the community making a difference in the services that are meaningful, difference in people's lives. Their dedication, compassion, and commitment are what makes our work possible and our department strong. Next slide. Driven by our strategic priorities with always a focus on how do we meet a gap need? How can we improve? What are those financial constraints? And what does the data tell us is needed? Some of our biggest challenges in our community today are no secrets to you. Housing, healthcare, both behavioral and physical health, and transportation. Next slide. We have built a strong department on meeting the social determinants of health. And let me tell you how this works in a real life example. Claire arrived at Coconino County Health and Human Services feeling overwhelmed, unsure where to begin. She had recently been released from jail and was determined to rebuild stability for herself and her 2 young children. She had no city housing, no income, and a major obstacle facing her: no identification, no birth certificate. She could not obtain employment, secure benefits, and because she didn't have this, it all stopped. She first connected with our Pathways team, who welcomed her without judgment, helped her focus on her immediate next steps toward improvement, and her Pathways case manager listened to her story and came up with a plan for success. And it said, walk through HHS doors, they can help. The first step was to obtain a birth certificate through Vital Records. Without identification documents, Claire could not apply for housing assistance, employment, or other critical services she needed. Staff worked quickly to help her secure the documentation she needed, removing this big obstacle. Once her identification was resolved, the team connected Claire with our HHS social service team for rental housing. She had been temporarily staying with a friend, and that was ending. She was at risk of homelessness with her children. Rental assistance helped her secure a safe apartment, giving her family the stability and a place to call home. During her intake, staff also learned that Claire's youngest child qualified for WIC services. Grocery costs had become overwhelming, and she was struggling to provide them with nutrition. Her youngest child was enrolled with WIC, and she received nutritional support, healthy food benefits, and guidance to help her children access those needed services. At the same time, the clinic team was contacted to review the children's immunization records. With the mom's consent, they were vaccinated and brought up to current standards of vaccinations for their age. They could now attend school without any hesitations. What began as a simple request for a birth certificate became a full circle example of coordinated care. Through the collaboration of multiple HHS programs, Claire moved from crisis to stability. She left with identification, safe housing, healthy food, and her children updated on their immunizations. But most importantly, she had a support team. They were there for her and believed in her. This is only one story that happens numerous times throughout the day with all of our programs, starting from the most unique areas of need. For Claire, it was more than a service. It was a second chance. I'd like to showcase some more of our great services our community is offered to our community through our staff through a video. Ricky, next slide. And all like good opportunities with technology, we're trying to get the sound for you. Okay, we're thriving, we're resilient today. You still get your video. Many of you guys had seen this video already in previous times, so we will definitely share that again. Thanks. So we thought we'd do an interactive program with you. So if you can scan the QR code there, and if you can't, please let us know. We have some papers for you. And what we're asking the question is, what does "we're here for you" mean? Click all that apply. And we're hoping the audience will also play with us. And those online, please participate as well. Awesome. We've got over 25 participants who have done that, and yes, we agree with you. Next slide. I want to walk you through our divisions, hitting on the amazing accomplishments and future plans each division has. Our administration division, as you'll see on the left, are the staff that we associated with that division, their accomplishments, and to the far right is the future. The accomplishments are impressive. The new King Street public entrance and the youth center development are almost done. We can barely wait. We received a grant thanks to our Healthy Families team that you heard with Parks and Rec, the Lego and Family Spirit. This is going to allow for a playscape right near our WIC entrance, so children will have a chance to play on some very cool structures that are relative to our geographic area. We also were fortunate that facilities and our grants team wrote for an urban forest grant that is going to allow for the landscaping in our youth center. This was not going to be something we were going to able to attain with the dollars given. Now we're going to have a beautiful landscape to match that.
And Arizona Daily Sun picked up on that. You probably saw their story. So
Yes.
It's good.
Yes, very exciting and a great way to partner and use resources in our community. So prior to the construction starting almost a year ago from now, we had up to 150 to 200 individuals who came through our King Street lobby each and every day in that very small lobby, if you remember. Imagine now a big, open, spacious place where the Ponderosa room used to be and all the services being delivered to the clients immediately upon their arrival. We're very grateful and want to send a big thanks to the board for supporting this plan and moving it forward, along with facilities and IT for making the dream come true. Talking about another one of our programs is our Vital Records team. They printed and distributed a record number last calendar year. 9,425 vital records were given out. We have not matched these numbers since 2016. We'll talk quickly about our strategic plan in just a few moments, but our grand opening for the King Street Center along with the Youth Center will be July 30th. It is already saved on your calendars and official invites will be coming. We're also looking at adding an MVD kiosk to the King Street lobby, saving community members from having to ride a bus across town. It is one of the hardships that were presented in some of our needs assessments. The MVD kiosk will let you do everything with a live human being on the other side. You can pay the payments, you can get your ID printed right there with the hard card coming to you later. The only things you can't do is take your driving test online or take the actual driving test from that location. So this will be a great improvement for that area to the residents on that east side. We're going to continue our twice monthly appointments in Tuba City with our Vital Records on-site services. And our Vital Records team has been in contact with the state, knowing what a hardship it is to have delayed birth certificates. And they have agreed to come to Flagstaff once a month and meet with individuals who have a delayed birth certificate need that only the state can help with. We can offer guidance, but the state will actually be there in person once a month. We have already began our 2028 community health needs assessment that will focus on the health and community well-being, and we'll be bringing that to the board upon its completion. And in late 2026, we're going to start mini academies with our staff focused on resources, skill development, and growing our internal staff. Next slide. Returning back to our strategic plan, you know us and data, we love it. Our strategic plan is a 5-year plan running from 2024 to 2029. It started with 57 measures, and to date, we have completed 16 of those measures. The areas you see below that big chart is focused on quality improvement, workforce development, service delivery, sustainability, and marketing and outreach. 4 of the strategic goals in that are tied with the board's strategic plans, which is obviously focused on our youth behavioral health, strengthening our communicable disease and community reporting, our community health needs assessment, and supporting animal care and education, which are all progressing quickly. Next slide. Our Community Action Division. This group provides services throughout the county focused on outreach, helping community members where they are and improving the lives of the community. Next slide. The accomplishments of this group are extraordinary. Senior Services established a food box delivery in Williams on the first of every Wednesday, which includes pet food donation, a very important component. On-site case management is offered every Thursday in Flagstaff at the Joe Montoya, and the first and third Wednesday of the month over in Williams, focused on improving navigation assistance for our seniors. As finding those resources and working through, as you heard the public fiduciary talk about the great music DES has while they're on hold, this is what our team does with them. They help our seniors through those difficult times in navigating those resources. Our Senior Services receive CDBG funding through the City of Flagstaff to pick up an additional 46 seniors who did not qualify for NACOG under the Older American Act. So they're getting fed a hot meal through our Meals on Wheels program. There's a Senior Center Recovery Food Program, which began with Safeway in Williams. So if you walk in the door and you see food on that table, that is our new Senior Recovery Food Program. The county CDBG funds were expanded to include Fredonia and Page, and those senior centers are also ensuring that they have navigation services. So through the work of the CDBG and your approval through the county, we're now helping seniors across the entire county region. We are facilitating intergenerational activities at the Williams Senior Center, very involved with our high school programs and providing those services there. We have a new partnership with Mountain Lift to provide transportation to Flagstaff to our senior center there, where seniors can come to the congregate meal program where otherwise they may not have a hot meal that day. So let's talk numbers. We served just shy of 17,000 congregate meals and just shy of 22,000 home delivered meals in 2025 for both locations. That's a lot of cooking in the kitchen. This would not have been possible without our volunteers who donated over 2,500 hours to help us accomplish this. We received a grant during the year for domestic violence, which we were able to pass out almost $2 million to our community partners while their funding was being cut by the states. So this was an amazing collaboration, and we were also able to help individuals that walk through our doors with that grant. We have a new partnership with FUSD for teachers and administrators offering financial empowerment sessions. But here's some cool information. This team was able to prevent 253 evictions already. They were also able to assist 746 families to avoid a utility shutoff. This is really meeting the rubber where it's needed. Future plans, obviously, expansion of financial literacy and OESTA training, and expansion of our service delivery for what we fondly refer to as our silver wave generation, calling resource coordination. We are putting a focus on employment training, meeting those that are making income that meets over what WIOA can do. So if someone works 20 hours a week, part-time, we know they're not making it in this economy. They do not qualify for many of the programs. So this division is working on trying to develop some of those gap needs for individuals so they can have a chance at employment by seeking career assistance. Next slide. Population health. This is our health and wellness clinic focused on sexual health and immunizations. Next slide. They've had quite a few innovative solutions in their accomplishments to date. They brought billing in-house, billing insurance companies, and they were able to increase their revenue by 20% this last year. This means more vaccines available for our community. They offered over 30,000 vaccines were given throughout the year, and Vaxi, our beloved raccoon, was launched for our education campaigns. They ran biweekly clinics offering vaccines during our respiratory season. And our teen pregnancy program, which it was an expansion at FUSD where they paid for a part-time position, they were able to offer over 900 students sexual health education. First things first, this is a staff member of one, was able to visit and securely help some of our child care centers meet their health goals. It all depends on star ratings. Our child care centers, the higher the star rating, parents want to send their children there. So she works tirelessly to help those licensed child care facilities attain that. During this past year, she helped 7 sites increase their star rating and 4 were able to keep their high star rating. Future plans obviously include more vaccine education and increases out in the community for those vaccination events.
Can I ask you a question about the vaccines?
Sure.
Given the CDC's changes and recommendations, are you seeing that there is a confusion of the public, and how are you handling that?
Thank you, Chair. There is confusion among the public. Parents are confused because it says based on parent recommendation. It is parent choice, but without clear guidance, the CDC has kind of been that standard of gold care in how that is perceived. I am grateful that the Arizona Department of Health Services decided to take a stand and say we are not changing. And they did issue a memo, and we do follow those guidances still today. We are implementing a rapid model for STI testing to increase the number of people who are screened at no cost. Why does this matter? Last year, there were over 1,000 cases, and this year we are already at 676 cases, and there are reporting lags. We want to continue to expand our wellness clinic services in the rural areas, and mark your calendars. Back to school health fair will be August 1st. Next slide. Our Recovery and Resiliency Division. This division incorporates our boots on the ground team that focuses on helping individuals in their recovery journey. Next slide. You know, what can you say? But wow, when you talk about this division and the work they're doing. Our opioid crisis response was able to coordinate for the first time ever with our ER partners a post-overdose plan. This included NAH, Southwest, and our team, working on medications for opioid use disorder and providing a success after someone had had an overdose and ended up in the emergency room. We had the expansion of our Pathways Reentry case management. And as you heard previously, the remote court pods is something new for our community that will be starting in rural and tribal communities. This is a partnership with the courts and the library district. It was taking our team, having them look at the data and go, I think there's an opportunity. The courts were willing to take that leap of faith with us, and we wrote for the grant. And so this will be the first court pod in Arizona, and it will be placed in Tuba City to help remove barriers for individuals involved in the criminal justice system. Pathways had a reduction in recidivism rates, and I'm happy to report, I know the sheriff mentioned it in his PowerPoint presentation, but they have a 70% success rate. When you look at 2.5 years of data, that is a lot of data to look at. And we looked at 6 months post-release, were they reincarcerated? This team had a 70% success rate. When you compare that to our partner, let's say, Yavapai, their success rate was 59. This is a true tribute to the team and the group that is really at the center of making this happen, which is cross-departmental. It's not just HHS. This is a team effort. So what else has happened in our little group here? Our opioid crisis response started a new support group for clients in the program, which also led them to developing with the Oxford House a recovery fair, a first of its kind, to raise awareness for those in recovery. They're working on some future plans, which could include a walk, again, raising notice to our community about there is a recovery community here. Pathways, if we're talking about them again, offered screenings to over 3,000 individuals during fiscal year 25 and connected over 333 individuals to mental health and substance abuse services. An exciting piece is beginning with our youth center as that is starting to take shape. You might have seen our advertisement to start our new youth advisory group because we need to name our facility. And so we want this youth advisory group to help us give a name to it. We issued our request for licensing, and the Board of Behavioral Health Licensing will be at our facility on June 1st to license us as a behavioral health facility. We're also excited to mention the grand opening, which we talked about, but we also just received notice that we received the governor's grant for the rule transformation. This is going to allow us to bring 2 staff members on, which we will be bringing to the board in the next 30 days for your approval. 2 staff positions for our youth center to provide that direct support. It will include professional services, programming, intergenerational activities which will involve our senior centers from both locations, nutrition, art, and physical health. The future has endless possibilities because of this. I know the board has asked questions of things are on the rise. The jail population is increasing. The court cases are increasing. Violence is increasing. People are in crisis. Our substance use is increasing. What are we doing about it? We are doing something about it. And we take it very seriously and want to answer those gap needs. We're going to continue to expand our partnerships in our overdose deaths. This division is working actively in this. We're also continuing to work on new diversion programs with our partners at the County Attorney's Office, Public Defender, and Adult Probation. And another exciting event that is coming toward us soon is mental health first aid. We are revamping the 8-hour course into a 3-hour course. It's more attainable for businesses, it's more attainable for our departments, and it's got to focus on, what do? I may not need to know all the descriptors of what makes schizophrenia, but I do need to know, as a human being, what can I do to help someone? And our mental health first aid is going to be focused on the actionable items. Next slide. Our regulatory division, keeping our communities safe, and regulatory enforcement division with both animals and food establishments. Next slide. This team has inspected over 1,700 restaurants, special events, responds to complaints, and helps license new food vendors, while our animal services patrols the entire county. While there are some local jurisdictions, when they do not respond or they are off, our team answers. Our EH team has been helping out with food recalls. As you knew, earlier in the year, we had a big food recall of infant formula. This ended up with infants in the hospital. Our team was asked by the state, please go into all the places that could sell this, whether that was the dollar store, Walmart, or other grocery store establishments, and pull it off the shelf. They did. One of our partnerships in this division over this last year involved the courts, the sheriff's office, and the county attorney's office in developing a protocol related to animal cruelty cases. You've seen in the news where other cities and jurisdictions are having problems with animal cruelty cases. We are no different. The number of animal cruelty cases in our county is increasing, and that is all over our county. It is not in one jurisdiction in particular. These cases have led our teams taking custody of neglected and abused animals and working with the courts to limit the amount of time they are kept at the shelter while we await hearings. They're not able to be adopted out nor fostered during this time period. To give you an idea of how many cases we've had, in 2023, 23 cases. 2024, 24 cases. I know what you're thinking. 2025, 31 cases. Those 31 cases made up 145 animals. That is a lot of animals to be kept at our shelter. Some of them did not make it. This isn't a county alone problem. The city, over this last year, brought over to our contractor 1,232 animals. Our team brought over 1,539 animals that needed to be removed and placed at the shelter due to neglect, or cruelty, or abandonment. This year, we're set for a new record. Those cases are continuing, and our teams have been very busy. The accomplishments in this group, because that is really a hard thing to think about, is all those cases. But we want to focus on the accomplishments of this division. They have successfully, thanks to the board, adopted all new chapters of the United Health Code to address the new and emerging trends in public health. You approved this earlier this year. They launched an inspection portal for the public. You may or may not have used that piece so far this year. The future, this team wants to continue to focus on educating not only our food vendors, but the community and our own staff. We're going to continue to help compliance and learning what safe food really is. Our animal service team is going to focus on developing a succession plan. As Erica alluded, our staff have been here for a while and some of them are getting ready to retire. So developing that plan for succession. Next slide. Okay, it's your turn. Go ahead and rescan the QR code, and we'd like you to answer what information can you find using the new CCHHS Environmental Health Inspection Results Portal. Well, thank goodness most of you did not think it was the menu of the restaurant. Next slide.
They could not. All right, we'll do it again, I guess. Sorry about that. You know, I was at the pause brunch for High Country Humane, and they had a very exciting announcement, and that was combining High Country Humane, who Coconino County has our animal shelter services through, with Coconino Humane, which has been the longtime Humane Society, also providing shelter services. And they had a nice shout out to HHS and the county for all their involvement in getting these two organizations together and under one roof, which I think really benefits our animals. And then the second question, that was really a statement, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. And the second question, though, is with there is not a recommendation for spay, neutering, and medical care for cruelty cases. And I know the governor has just signed into laws, Jerry's Law, which strengthens animal cruelty definition and also protections, which may mean you're seeing more cases since that is an expanded definition. So I'd like to hear from you on that.
Thank you, Chair, for your questions. We do have a meeting with the organizations later this week, and we're excited about the opportunities that it's presenting itself and what it can give to the community. We have not heard, and we should hear later this week, are the full details. How will those contracts lay out, where a drop-off provision is going to be at, and basic need operations that will constitute a change potentially to the full contract that our board has already approved. So we will definitely be bringing more details later. As far as the spade and neuter goes, Unfortunately, when a court case is going, everything has to stay neutral and stay at that moment in place. That's why we can't adopt them out through foster care. And so the animals have to stay. And so really our work is with the courts and the legal end of things to be able to move those through much quicker so the animals can be safely adopted out. Court cases can languish anywhere between 4 to 6 months. That's a long time for an animal to stay untouched, unloved. And we'd like to see those proceedings move faster. So we're currently working with our courts and our county attorney's office in developing better protocols for us as well as them so everybody understands how to move these cases through much quicker.
And I believe as part of that, they were going to ask for that the individual who is asking to hold the adopting out or fostering out would have to pay for the expenses. And I'm assuming you're working with the courts on that as well.
That is correct. That is part of the court proceedings.
So that's why the medical care for cruelty cases possibly was not approved this time. It's going to be picked up through the court system.
That is to be seen. We are still working on some future plans to see how we can leverage those, as well as working with our community nonprofits to see if those are gap needs that they can fill through grants that they can write for.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for being here with your staff this afternoon and giving us information regarding the budget needs and, you know, what your accomplishments are and what you plan in the future for your program. I guess in here, I see that delivering health and wellness clinics and the service in the rural areas. We're just talking about that this morning. I think, you know, as a county, because of the large land base that we have, that, you know, there are rural communities that are far from the locations, and it's going to take some kind of planning, you know, to situate somewhere where people can make it, I guess is what it is. So I'm thankful for that. And then the other one is that you had talked about recidivism, and I'm wondering who are you teaming up with regarding that, if you were to go ahead and do that. And I know there's maybe a couple of them here in town that that's really working on that. And so basically just, and this is the detention center. I think these are the ones that are further into more upper, the next step into just basic, you know. So anyway, so I was just wondering, you know, at this time, I guess one, you know, how do you plan to do that? And if you're going to be looking at partners to do that with you?
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, for your questions. As far as outreach goes, our health and wellness clinic actually makes out a calendar every year and makes sure that we reach those remote parts. We go to Forest Lakes, we go to Fredonia, Jacobs Lake, the Grand Canyon. We used to go to the North Rim. I'm not sure that's going to be a needed service this year, unfortunately, but definitely the South Rim, and we do go to Williams. We do not go on tribal land without their permission. If they were to ask, we do show up at health fairs and offer services. We have a van that we take that's able to transport the vaccine, so there's not a large need for a building to be able to do those remote services, but we do partner with a lot of community centers in those local jurisdictions to make that happen, or fire departments. As far as your question on recidivism goes, yes, we do work with our federal probation department that's got a robust programming, and we have meetings with them frequently, always looking to see where can we expand, what are the needs, and how do we help? And each of us meeting those gap needs, but together it actually works a lot stronger.
Yeah. So I guess Lena and I are going to have to take that van elsewhere, get some wellness information out there and be out there for in the rural community, our rural communities. I don't think they'll take the bus or they'll acknowledge us. I'm just kidding.
Okay, our Community Health and Prevention Division. This grouping includes quite a few of our programs that focus on prevention and our families. Next slide. You heard us talking earlier this year about the coordinated, which is really truly a community response that we have one staff member who coordinates during the year. They coordinated 2 volunteer dental clinics offering 158 patients $141,000 worth of coordinated care. Our adults through our Medicaid program do not get dental services. They get their tooth extracted, but as far as cleanings and things, that is not a medical covered service. So this group, mostly like you saw down in Phoenix with Missions of Mercy, this group here is doing their own. It is partners with North Country Healthcare, now known as Elk Ridge, NAU School of Dental Hygiene, Delta Dental of Arizona, Patterson Dental, A New Dawn, Arizona, Women Empowering Northern Arizona, the NARBA Institute, and Coconino County Health and Human Services. The goal next year is to conduct 2 more of these and continue to expand that service. These are all volunteers working for 2 different days, helping our community in need. Our injury prevention team worked with NAH Flagstaff Campus to receive the gold certificate from Cribs to Kids, which is award-winning, focused on infant safety sleep. We don't want one child to die from dying in their sleep. NAH is the 2nd hospital in the state to receive this designation, and this is after years of collaborative work and training done with them. The prevention and injury group also, as you know, added gun locks to our vending machines in order to help promote non-injury related accidents. Our healthy families, a big shout out to them, they got creative. They saw that the retention level in the programs that they were delivering, which is to families in need with young children 0 to 5, had a hard time keeping up with the program. But our staff were vigilant. They went and they got a pilot project with Arizona Community Foundation to provide welcome baskets and gift certificates for achieving milestones. To date, they're happy to report they have 62% retention in the families they are serving. Our Health Start program, which is in the northern part of our county, was able to secure extra funding this year and help an additional 40 families in that community. The team is also participating in lots of studies that are happening currently, examining the alignment between Indigenous home visiting program and community priorities and values, continuing to look at improving our service delivery and finding new and creative ways to meet that need in our rural areas. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our WIC, offering services both in person and hybrid throughout the county. They were able to achieve their caseload assignments and breastfeeding data, and so they qualified for a small $10,000 bonus to their program. So they were able to reinvest into more services because of this. Obviously, the future is what the future is, continuing to expand and meet those needs for our program. A focus on our chronic disease program, they brought 4 virtual community presentations providing resources related to Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. They were able to reach 127 individuals in this year. Topics included treatment, services, cultivating positivity while caregiving, which is not an easy task, navigating aging, Medicare, and memory units. As our silver wave is continuing to expand, and we will continue to see that population grow in our communities, people are living longer, but they are also needing help. So by finding that robust support caregiving as well as our senior services, we hope to provide and meet that gap as it comes forward, and working with our nonprofits in this area. Our tobacco program started 2 new programs. Catch My Breath, a vaping education curriculum that was taught to 6th grade students in the Page Middle School, and a nicotine cessation presentation, which is now delivered to inmates in the Tuba City Correctional Institute. In Flagstaff, they were able to expand the Tobacco Youth Coalition to Sinagua Middle School. And we are currently working with our fire departments to get them certified to be car seat installers, as they are a trusted resource in many of our communities. Next slide. Our outbreak division. Next slide. While our thoughts quickly drift back to COVID when we talked about outbreak, but this year we saw quite a few outbreaks that kept our teams extremely busy. But let's talk about their accomplishments. Our public health emergency planning was able to engage in major areas in planning that focused on heat preparedness. Yes, it does get hot just north of Flagstaff, that we need plans for that. Disease management and wildfire. Our EPIs were very busy this year responding to measles investigations. To date, we've had 5 cases. We had a plague investigation. We're working with National Park Service regarding GI illnesses on rafting trips and rabies. We're tracking bites, and we have seen this increase substantially. So let's give you an idea of what we're talking about. So in 2025, suspected rabies exposures, we had 209. Human beings that were bitten in that same year that ended up in the emergency room, 633. So how are we tracking this year? Suspected rabies exposure, 176. Animal bites to the emergency department, 520. This year is not over. It's just starting for this season. So why we present both statistics is reflecting the high degree of human and animal interactions that are occurring both in Coconino County for domestic and wildlife. When we look at this, this represents a huge factor. So it's not just HHS that's involved in this. This involves a lot of resources to respond to this increase. We have our animal services who goes and tries to capture the animals so we can get them tested to ensure that they don't have rabies or other infectious diseases. Our clinical services, which delivers the rabies vaccine beyond the initial shot. It also includes our epidemiology's tracking services. It involves the emergency department, which gives the very first shot that someone has when they first get rabies. Arizona Game and Fish, National Park Service for search and rescue. Every time someone's in the canyon and they believe they were bitten by a bat, they must be flown out immediately. So this is a big team all focused on this problem. So you will continue to see us over the next few years focusing on education and prevention because that's what we want to do. During the respiratory season, we were able to put out quite a few community reports and work with our healthcare providers so they knew what was coming through or could be coming through their emergency rooms. We had a few patients with active TB that were very complicated this year. We are very fortunate, though. We had a grant that allowed us to develop a small vector lab to test mosquitoes, which is West Nile, dengue, Zika, test fleas for plague, and of course, norovirus for those river trips. The future, well, it's in the education and surveillance. We're working toward reducing syphilis, which you heard us talk about earlier, through education and testing. Our EPI increasing their epidemiology surveillance, and our FEP continuing to develop plans so when that emergency happens in health and human services, we're ready. We have a plan. We have a checklist. We're able to make a difference. So you'll begin to see our prevention and education for the spring and summer, which will obviously include hantavirus and rabies. Next slide. This team has been very busy this year with some high-profile cases. Next slide. We hired a new medical assistant, Dr. Lily Marston, who we're very excited is part of our team. She hit the ground running very quickly. She has over 10 years of experience bringing with her to help our team there. So let's talk about this busy year and very unique and high-profile cases that came through that office, which included the loss of some of our public safety members. There was an ambulance incident earlier in the year on I-40 that lost 2 of the drivers. We had the helicopter accident that happened not that long ago. We had the I-40 vehicle accident during a snowstorm that affected 40 vehicles. This was a place where we shared with Yavapai to help on the medical examiner end. We recently had the NAU case. We've had suspicious cases that need additional CDC testing and more completed suicides than we'd ever like to see. According to the calendar year 2024 medical examiner's report, our residents died 38% from natural death. That is cardiovascular was the leading cause of death. 43% were in motor vehicle accidents. 14% died due to suicide, with age 20 to 29 males, Caucasian, making up that largest percentage. And 4% of our residents lost their life in a homicide. 2025, we are currently working on gathering that report, and the cases are high. 2024 is A point you like to know, we had overdose deaths made up of 37 residents. This was made of an equal amount of fentanyl and methamphetamines due to their death. This team is always looking to help bring closure to families while respecting those burial needs of different cultures. DNA testing is a tool in that toolbox. And we want to thank the Unidentified Remains Task Force for helping us to bring awareness to those unidentified remains and bringing those families closure. Just to give you an idea, in 2023, the medical examiner's office had 72 cases. The task force launched in 2024. An additional 74 cases were added during that time period. Thanks to this group's dedication and the medical examiner's team and DNA, we have solved 91 cases. They have brought closure to those families. 59 of those were confirmed to be Native Americans. Currently, we have 55 cases unidentified. The average DNA test for one DNA sample is anywhere between $6,000 and $12,000 per test. This is not a cheap endeavor. But together, we can make a difference. We did put in for congressional funding recently, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. Our medical examiners' autopsy coolers are running at 95% capacity currently, just because the cases are more complicated and we're having to hang on to them longer. Next slide. So our umbrella, as you've seen the theme running through here, we have the umbrella, and each of these panels make up what we do, and it would not be effective if we were just missing a panel. As a full umbrella, we're making a difference, our partnerships, collaborations, and our desire to improve communities' lives. Next slide. It is a budget presentation, so I probably should talk some numbers. So where does our funding come from? 15% comes from the general fund, 42% comes from the health district tax, and 43% is made up of grants and other fee-for-service funding like vital records. Our base budget usually starts about $25 million, and it can surge or decrease depending on the political environment, contracts, and how well we're doing at our grant writing. Currently, we're looking anywhere between 29 to 31 million for this year. Next slide. So how's our funding distributed? By taking those three pies, obviously with a large number of employees, 43% goes to payroll. Currently, we have 6 positions that are vacant, which gives us a vacancy rate of 4%. That's pretty incredible work for the hard work our team does. Our operations, while this may seem large, really involves money going to partners, money going to pay for Title 36 services, high country humane contracts, those specialty testing, rental assistance, and a lot of those partner fundings that we just talked about. When you look at this, $2 million went out for domestic violent partners. So while operations may seem high, it really is back out into our community or our mandated payments. Next slide. So as we sat down and go, where the heck did our year go this year? It was kind of surprising for us. So we wanted to timeline out real quickly for you. What is above the line are celebration moments. What is in red below the line represents a pivot moment for us that we focus on, and that's just this year. So quickly building the Pathways to Community, finished construction, approximately $1 million in grant dollars was invested into that building to make it what it is today. The Dragon Bravo fire started in July, but for us, it extended all the way into October while we worked with displaced employees and helped them resource navigate. We helped 106 families assist in getting funding from United Way as well as other resources in the community. July brought with it an ambulance crisis to Fredonia, where we were able to work with the state to find a temporary solution, allowing ordinances to use law enforcement to be able to call for a CNAB to be able to come into the state of Arizona to help Fredonia citizens. We had a plague death. This was a very large investigation done by our team, which encompassed over 68 community members. We had federal cuts. Stop orders start in less than a day, where we were having to reroute our staff. Next slide. That was just July. August, the board approved the new environmental health code ordinances. We saw our rabies exposure cases beginning to spike, and more federal cuts and stop orders for our contracts. Next slide. September brought the Youth Coalition working on new programs of tobacco with our middle schoolers, both at Sonagwa and Flagstaff and Page, and new programs called Catch My Breath, working on vaping. Our respiratory season began well underway, and our health and wellness clinic was very busy. But we also suffered some huge setbacks. We lost our funding to Arizona Health Zone funding, ending that program, along with a partial cut to our FEP programming. And our construction began. While that may seem like a good and bad thing, everyone who has lived through house reconstruction knows it does bring a sense of chaos to life. Next slide. October, we're grateful to the board for granting the WIC stability funds that were approved to help our 1,900 families and our staff through a really hard time while we were unsure what the federal government was going to do. We did not need to access those funds, but we are very grateful for what you committed to. Our food drive with all of our departments participated during this time, and our food bank was the grantor of that food. The remote court pod was awarded, and our pivot points obviously were the SNAP shutdown affecting our WIC and SNAP assistance, including the loss of our programs, contract language changes that I cannot even start to get into that we received, but we're still here. We changed our forms, we changed our contracts, but we're still here to serve the community. And our animal seizures began, but we were able to find an opportunity to help redefine those processes with our courts and county attorney's office. Next slide. November had its first ever Recovery Community Health Fair at the Aquaplex as a joint partnership. As you know, we're very big into our partnerships and collaborations, and this came out of interviewing people in recovery, and they said, we'd like this, and we made it happen. Thanks to the emergency management team for taking the lead on our long-term recovery plan, we began as part of the health component, looking at better ways to bring and alert the public when wildfires are present. And then obviously we already talked about our infant recall on our formula and ensuring that all that product was removed. And do you remember the cheese recall? You remember milk a few years ago, but there was a cheese recall in the middle of all this as well. Next slide. So we have some new tools in our tool chest, and thanks to the state and TGen for being a partner in this, we are now testing wastewater for measles. This is just a tool. It's not a sign of things to change, but we can do more proactive mitigation efforts as well as alerting the public just to be aware. Our Unidentified Remains Task Force began to present at the Navajo Nation Western Agency meeting in December just to begin to raise awareness of the work they were doing. And we got NAH and Guardian to commit to bringing an ambulance to Fredonia. But we weren't done yet. All of you guys were at the Senior Center holiday celebration, celebrating with the Grinch, and in Williams, celebrating with the teams there. And our TB cases started and required a delicate health approach. And our ME coolers continue to expand to capacity. January. The governor's office alerted us that we were getting a new grant, which we'll be bringing to you. This will make a life-changing in our youth center. We'll be able to offer more services and bring on the staff that we need. This is the 5-year grant, which will allow us to get our billing and structure so we can continue to be sustainable. We also received a grant to fund a software conversion for the youth center and our community action. We did an in-house lab expansion for testing of vector diseases. Unfortunately, Williams Water had an issue during this time period, and we began monitoring with ADEQ, and measles was continuing to spread in Arizona. February. A family received closure from a Navajo County case that we had, and we were happy that they had that closure after years. We submitted licensure for our behavioral health. We launched our EH portal for the public. Our ME office, although it looks weird on the board, received their National Association of Medical Examiners accreditation. This is thanks to the hard work of that team in making that accomplishment happen. WIC met their caseloads. Pathways bill continued to work its way through legislation, SB 1317. And a pivot point was obviously our animal seizures continuing. March, We received a new grant from the Department of Economic Security to focus on our seniors. This included matter of balance and in-home assistance gear that will be able to work with our seniors in providing that, whether those are handrails or small parts for the shower or bathrooms. Our youth advisory group is beginning to formulate, and yes, the ambulance finally made it to Fredonia. It's now called a rescue truck to meet licensing rules. And our communicable disease team is more busy now than ever. Next slide. Okay, our incremental requests. Our grant coordinator request is the request to make this position permanent. This position has been with us for about 4 years. We have funded it through grants and limited appointments through the general fund. This job description leverages in funding about $3.9 million per year, bringing it back to the county. 65% of the grants applied have been funded, and so far 2026 is looking to be a great year in grant writing. Next slide. Over the past 4 years, the position has supported 51 grant applications totaling $41 million. To date, we have been awarded 33 grants. This was a month ago, so we have more to add. A little shy of $14 million during this time. They work with various departments and programs, including not only HHS, but workforce development, pathways, county attorney, facilities, schools, parks and rec, sustainability, sheriff's office, juvenile court, superior court, elections, and the unidentified remains committee. Next slide. Environmental health software. This is not a new software. It's a cloud-based software that we've actually been using since 2019. For the last 7 years, we've been able to cover it through grant funds and strategically planning. Unfortunately, with federal cuts hitting, our funds were a little more limited, and we had asked the general fund or public health district to help cover this. This is a $30,000 investment into a software that provides us with all of our routine inspections. It made the portal possible. So in 2025, we've already done 3,000 routine inspections, responded to 116 food complaints, conducted 186 pre-operations. This is keeping our community businesses, helping them move forward, and providing a structure which is mandated to our compliance efforts in the environmental health. This would be to help 12 staff utilize the software and meet all the reporting requirements. Next slide. Mosquitoes, fleas, rodents, bats, established vectors for spreading diseases endemic to Coconino County. This includes West Nile virus, plague, hantavirus, and rabies. These illnesses pose a serious health risk to human health and requires continuous monitoring and a rapid response. This will allow us to get the testing. Dry ice is not cheap, if any of you had to buy dry ice recently. In order to trap mosquitoes, dry ice is needed. We also need the assays to run the tests. We'll be able to do all this in-house with our new vector lab. Next slide. Vital records. We are requesting 1 FTE, limited appointment, to help programs, because we all know as we started this presentation that vital records is critical to getting to any other services we have. You can't get an Arizona ID, a passport, schooling, employment, Social Security, Medicaid, or SNAP. Historically, this program is run with 2 staff members. There is more demand than they can keep up with, even though they have invented some really creative strategies, which includes a call for pickup. So individuals are not waiting in the lobby. They can drop off their paperwork, and we'll call them as soon as it's ready. Hopefully that's quicker than not, but recently, due to the surges we have seen, that's about a 10-day delay in delivering that certificate back to them. Next slide. Okay, last time for your cell phones. How many stop orders did HHS receive in fiscal year 26? I'm not sure our staff even know all the answers on this one. I know. It's not good. Well, for those of you that opted to play, the correct answer is 9. During this fiscal year, we had 9 stop orders, which meant immediately stop serving our community, stop allowing the staff to have payroll on that grant, and figure something out quickly. Our team was nimble. They were able to figure it out, and today we're still here. And those services did come back in most of those 9 stop orders because of our ability of our staff to think quickly and move quickly to meet the demands. Next slide. So recapping our challenges and threats, a stormy cloud with our umbrella theme. Our federal and state funding reductions, our temporary stop orders, our program closures and loss of staff, our infrastructure strain and construction disruption, our rising infectious disease activity, and our supply chain and capacity were definitely felt a strain this past year. Next slide. But wherever there are clouds, there is a rainbow. And so we always focus on our strengths and our resilience as a department. We had some amazing opportunities this year. We had new grants secured, our partner stabilization funding, our DV grants, partnerships with the City of Flag, working now with their Sustainability for Food Action Committee, our youth center and senior nutrition expansions, both in Williams, Page, and Fredonia, and here in Flag, our rural transformation funding from the governor's office to make intergenerational activities between our senior center and our youth programming. Mountain Lion is starting a new pilot project with us to help individuals that are utilizing our services automatically qualify for a bus pass for a year at the low reduced rate. The urban forestry grant, we're going to have this beautiful landscaping in our back. If you've ever seen our landscaping currently, it's a little less than desirable. But our outcomes are our services were sustained, our community trust maintained, our infrastructure is strengthened today, our capacity positioned for future growth to meet community needs, and we're continuing to expand our programs. Next slide. Despite operating in a high-risk funding and public health environment, HHS delivered outcomes, expanded partnerships, secured new funding, and strengthened infrastructure, demonstrating that resiliency, adaptability, and public trust. Building upon our challenges and threats this next year, we'll be focused on ensuring the success of our new programs, along with maintaining our existing programs to meet the needs of the community. I'm grateful to our team for the work and passion they bring each day, for the county manager's office and the board's support, so we continue to make a difference in our communities. Next slide. And thank you for listening to us and for supporting us in all the amazing work.
It is amazing the breadth and depth of the services that you provide across Coconino County. And whenever you go through this, and it's just incredible. So I know, and thank you all. It's not only it's you two, but for you and for the rest of the team, just really appreciate all your great work. We hear lots in the community, lots of very good things about HHS and the services people are receiving there. So please know that. And really appreciate all of your very, very hard work in serving the many needs in very difficult times. So thank you. Any comments, questions, members of Supervisor Begay?
I'm supposed to acknowledge you first, Chair Horseman. I keep just talking. But anyway, I have 2 questions. One is that I know that a lot of information is being given to us from departments, and we're also, they're requesting like adding new positions using general funds and other funds. And I just want to say that if we're really, if there's things that are happening with the funds that we're getting, like the federal government, gives us a hard time giving us money, and other areas, even grants, some of them are approved, some probably not approved, and so I just kind of wonder, as a board member, we just don't want to have a position and it has recurring in there, and then the next year or the following year we can't do it. Then that's going to be something. So that's the only concern I have regarding new positions that is being requested by the departments. Yeah, funding reductions, program closure, staffing losses, all this stuff is going to be happening, and we don't want that. You know, we want to make sure that everybody's intact as far as being funded and making sure. And so I just want to say again, also thank you for all your staff. I know it's a lot of work. It's, you know, out there for all the programs, and they're, you know, they have innovations here and there, wanting to do this and that, but you know, we just have to face the reality, and it's hard, you know, and we have all the programs, you know, here that are coming to the board asking for a lot, but still yet, I think, you know, we have to understand one another and see where we go with it. And we trust the administration that they will make the right decision, you know, for everyone, so that, and then we do have the general fund. I think that's the only thing that we really might have, you know, other than other resources that may or may not be coming down. Grants, you know, there's they sometimes don't come through. And then there was another one that I had a question on. I don't know if I marked it. Um, of course, portal, you know, all this stuff that you're talking about, the health software, those get outdated. You know, there's things that, you know, that needs to happen. Oh gosh, I don't have it here with me. But once I find it, I'll email you. But anyway, that's the main one I want to bring up, is the requests for new positions. And I know probably the staff are stressed out over work. We are as a board, but you know, just kidding.
Well, Supervisor McKay,
I just want to tell you that. Thank you so much for all the hard work you guys do out there, and we acknowledge every bit of work that you guys do. So thank you.
Supervisor Brigade, thank you for your comments, and we wholeheartedly agree. We personally experienced that loss this past year of programs and staff. The one FTE for vital records would be coming out of the funds available to the public health district, so that would not cost the general fund. The one position is the grant writer. She does have a proven track record for the past 4 years of $3.9 million bringing back to the county. I feel that's an investment well worth it, helping all the departments in need continue to find those creative solutions that we are going to need, because the general fund cannot supply everything.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It's always good to hear of all the good work that Health and Human Services is doing in our community. So important. You know, when I'm talking to the constituents and, you know, I talk about all the different things the county does, it's not till I get to Health and Human Services that they actually like, okay, that applies to me. Unless, of course, they're in the justice system.
True.
But your services are just so important in so many different ways. And one of the questions I had that as you're going through it, I was wondering, last year was a big problem with unlicensed food vendors, and I was just curious, since we put in the new measures and whatnot, have you had any issues with unlicensed food vendors? How's that gone?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. It is a great question. Actually, it's decreased substantially. We feel that it's the calm before the storm. We feel federal changes might have discouraged individuals from setting up outside, selling food. So we did not see as many as we had in previous years, but we are hearing from our counterparts down south in Phoenix that they are starting to begin again as the season warms up. So we will keep you posted.
Thank you. And then the other question I had is just, and it's really alarming and concerning, is just the decrease in vaccination rates with parents being able to choose. And while you were talking about how, you know, CDC recommendations, how they've changed, I remember during COVID where we were justifying our COVID vaccination through CDC recommendations. And so now to hear that CDC is saying, choose for yourself, it feels like the world's upside down in some ways. And I noticed a couple weeks ago there was a notice about a measles confirmation, and so can you talk just a little bit more of what you're seeing as we're seeing less vaccinations in our communities? What other kinds of health issues are we seeing in our communities?
Vaccinations, thank you, Supervisor. Vaccinations are a big deal to us. You know, they are the first preventable line that we can see that can help individuals. Measles, it can be avoided if you do get your vaccine, but it is about choice. We have individuals that don't choose to do that, which does affect quite a few others. This grouping of measles that we're seeing is coming from our northern end of our county and into Utah. Utah's spread is much wider than ours. I believe they've had over 500 cases in the Utah region. As people travel and they're moving, we are going to see the spread. We see these one-offs constantly happening. We believe this is going to be a continuing trend. Phoenix just had one last week, and I believe Pinal had one as well. So obviously vaccinations and that education piece, I am very grateful that our county actually does have a higher vaccination rate than many. So continuing that education prevention component and just alerting the public. There are a few other communicable diseases that we can't have a vaccination for. So continuing vigilance in those mandatory items of ensuring the public health is our highest priority.
Thank you. And then just the final thing I want to say, I just want to put a shout out to you and to our medical examiner. Last year, we had a difficult case and we needed some translation to explain to a family why their family member had deceased. And I just want to say thank you for all your support in that, because that was a very difficult situation. And the family was very appreciative of all the time and effort you put in to help them understand what had happened. So thank you.
Thank you. We are very proud of our medical examiner's office team. They do phenomenal work 24/7, 365 days.
And Supervisor Ontiveros, and then Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to be sure I understand, because this is a great statistic, but I think the grant writer is 107,000 and they brought in $3.9 million. That is money well spent. I think that I don't fully understand, Kate, you made a $10,000 request for the spay, neuter, and medical care for cruelty cases. What would that money be used for? I somehow got mixed up in the conversation.
There were a lot of stats, so thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. So what we were hoping for is to be able to spay and neuter cases as we were coming across them more in those earlier stages. So as we see individuals hoarding animals on their property, recently, I'm going to get the numbers wrong and Eve will correct me later, we had over 40 animals on one property, and being able to spay and neuter those animals on the sooner side decreases that population and reduces the neglect. We believe we can work with our community nonprofits, even though this wasn't funded this year, and try to find funding for that or have them find the funding to be able to make that happen community-wide.
I know that I'm very supportive of this $10,000 request. I'm just going to put it out there right now. Right here and right now, I am very supportive of that $10,000. So
we can make a huge impact with those dollars, but we also understand funds are limited countywide and there is a lot of ask.
I'm still supportive.
Thank you. Our team says thank you.
And by the way, that's why I was asking you, the question is, was this going to be coming? Because I know the courts were considering a fee, if you will, for this, but until that's in place, this seems pretty essential.
I think as we continue through this budget process, we're going to be looking at other line items. This is just one of those meat and potato things to me. You know what I mean? I like to take care of that more than, we can have dessert if we can afford it, but this to me is really important.
This can truly make meaningful impact in those cruelty cases down the road. This is the prevention effort.
And cliches, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. 40 spays and neuters, one spay and neuter can prevent hundreds and ultimately thousands of unwanted animals in cruelty cases. So
thank you.
I know what it was I was going to say is please, by all means, contact the partnership that we have, partners that we have in this organization, and tell them that we said thank you from the board and that we really greatly appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I neglected to say thank you so much for the work you do to everyone who does this work. I know it is a team effort, but my gosh, you guys do a lot, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're pretty phenomenal. Thank you.
Truly. Mm-hmm.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
I can barely remember what you presented. It's just so much information, and just so much detail, and the thoughtfulness, that the way you carry out your work. You find there's a need. In my district, this year, you really worked hard, all of you, from the Grand Canyon North Rim, oh, hey, Eve, from the Grand Canyon North Rim fire, working with communities, and to the ambulance, to just what else have we worked on? It just seems like there's so many. The birth certificate rates are going up ever since there's these threats against, like citizenship to proof of identity. That's really gone up. And we have cases where people have retired and can't get their retirement now, and retirement benefits. These are really life-changing documents that you need. That's the first order of business, is your birth certificate. Delayed birth certificate is so challenging. Seems very, very simple, but it's not. We thought that when we changed the law from 7 documents to 2 documents, it would be very simple. No, it's not. We have too many going to, most of the cases today go to the courts. And that's where our court visits out into the community. Justice bus is so important. And we're using more of that name change, birthday change, all the records being straightened out. It is very important. And how did we get here? Native people have been a target for many years to dismantle the family. And that's where this comes from. Children being taken into the churches, into boarding schools, and being transferred across the country to another boarding school. Along the way, records are lost, records are changed, names are changed, or, birth dates. Somebody and then come back with a different name. My own brother came back with a different name. So it's just all the challenges that has happened today. So that's where these records are being changed and trying to get it in order anyway. That's what's going on. So I want to thank all of you for working in that area. And community needs, anytime there's a disaster, it creates needs. We don't have the emergency service from the Grand Canyon North Rim National Park anymore on the mountain. So we need the emergency services now that I'm glad that we have King County Hospital providing the service. Actually got approved by now, and in those regions now. And then now with the addition of the ambulance, you all's talent in resolving an issue is just amazing to me. The ambulance, it was a long shot. Oh my gosh. And here Vince is over there. I'm about to retire one. That is just amazing. Telling you, there's a holy being that's really protecting you all and getting to making sure that you're delivering the service that you deliver to these individuals. One individual being helped, you're actually helping 10 more others, because that makes a difference within that community. So I'm just amazed at that. I think your and then your public health funding, the district, we always wondered if it would be able to pay the services, and then with the general funds, and then the federal cuts that are being made, that's a huge challenge that you have. And I will go back and say how many, what's the impact of these cuts to our programs from the state and the federal? We need to understand that so we can turn around and advocate really like you, and I've been telling other programs, work with our government affairs. I could not keep up with the statistics that you provided. You just went down the line. I would like a copy of that, and just to really, because when we're advocating, we're asked questions, and sometimes it's like we don't have the answer right there. But it'd be really good to have that, because the services that you provide are directly impacting people positively, and these are federal or state policies that you are implementing, and then from the heart, and being able to deliver. And some of those services are not there anymore, but you find a way to still help people. And I just like to see the numbers on that, and be able to sing the song of what you're all doing, just the great work that you're providing. The eviction notice, you helped 200 and something people.
253.
That alone is just, I am so happy that you're able to do that. We received a report earlier saying last week, eviction notice in the state of Arizona is going up. In Coconino County, it's increasing. It was 700 and something or something like that. But I wish we could help all of them in some way. Maybe you already did help them, and then they still could not make ends meet. Those are families that we are not able to reach and able to keep in their homes, you know. And I keep saying, you know, before you become homeless, you try to hang on to every couch, legs of every couch, every table before you're dragged out of there. Or, you know, you live in your home, you try to keep your vehicle, you try to do everything you can to save yourself. Couch surfing, going to somebody's house. Then down the road, you become homeless. You've done everything you can to not become homeless. You don't wake up one day to say, I'm going to be homeless today. When we pray, we don't say, I wish to be homeless. I wish to have all kinds of challenges. We all pray so that we can have a better life, a better everything, you know, to have a good health, be in good health, pray for our families. So, and you all are delivering a lot of those prayers. So I just want to thank all of you and all the others that are not here. We have a great team in Page, my district, Page, and Tuba City. So it's just a lot of teamwork within the departments also. The various departments that you all work with. I love the intergovernmental agency, the delivery of services there. And that alone saves us dollars. And then the grant writer, just amazing, just the grant writing. And then I thought it was interesting that there are more people that are getting bites or encountering animals. And I was sitting there thinking, I've lived in this region all my life, and I have yet to be bitten where I have to go to the emergency room. A lot of times when I was young, I was running around without my shoes. And I was wondering, how does somebody encounter an animal or something where are people more allergic? Or what is it that's causing that? Is it that, you know, we find people, you know, walking and hiking, especially in my region, thinking they're going to go here. They'll have maybe, they go with their flip-flops. That's what we see quite a bit of. And maybe bottled water, most of the time not. Then we end up having to rescue them. You know, BLM has now volunteers out there daily to make sure that people get back to their cars safely.
It is the adventurous spirit.
Yeah. So anyway, I wish all those people that want to be adventurous safely.
Yes.
Keep your shoes on and just sit up.
Wholeheartedly agree, Supervisor.
Anyway, it's just nothing but good comments, I guess. And I know we don't have enough funds. I know we just don't, we just have to keep on delivering the service with all the goodness in our hearts. So thank you. And that's what you all do.
All right. Any other comments, questions? With that, again, you hear this whole board thinks you're great and wants to thank you very much for all you do for Coconino County. So thank you.
Thank you for having us today.
So members of the board, why don't we take a quick, everybody, 5-minute break, okay?
Yes, thank you, Chair, members of the board. Yes, our last presentation of today, ending strong with the elections team. And Eslier is here and Sharon Sifling is here. And she has the most seniority in this department, although it's with the entire county because she was looking at her former people across the room because she was with Health and Human Services for so long. So, but she's been with the county since 2003. As we look over the elections tab, you can see the 5% CPI is recommended. Also, the primary and statewide election one-time funds are recommended. And the medical costs for exposure. So just as a reminder, we talked about this on Monday, that risk management is housed within elections department because Margaret works in both areas. And so where in other organizations, this would not be on this tab because of Margaret's unique skill set, it is. So that is a risk management item, and it is recommended as well. And then under the voter tabulation system replacement fund increment request, which is a special request in green there, that is recommended as well. An increase of $100,000 in the voter tabulation system replacement fund for elections equipment replacement. So those items are all recommended. And with that, I will turn it over to Eslier.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much for having me here to present the Elections Department fiscal year 2027 budget. I want to acknowledge both with Sharon, also Holly Roth, who's the database programmer for us, and also the rest of our team is watching this meeting virtually. But I want to thank them for all their work and the dedication to our county voters. So I've been thinking about how to get this presentation started, and I thought that it's kind of becoming to kind of talk a little bit about two stories that we usually hear about democracy. The first story is about as old as democracy itself, and kind of tracks back to Athens, and it treats democracy as an end state where power alone and power alone by the majority decides everything, and everybody else is kind of left behind. So it's a system that of simple majority rule, susceptible to the individual pressure. So actually, the ancient Greeks actually didn't think very highly of democracy. And it stands because it stands as a warning on how quickly self-government can become fragile without structure. The second story that is different, and it sees democracy not as something that we arrive at, but something that we build and practice every day. It's in a way America's contribution to the world, the type of democratic system that we have, and that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are created equal, endowed with rights that cannot be taken away. In this story, democracy is a living thing. It's a living system with defined roles and shared responsibilities and checks and balances that safeguard the minority rights against the excesses of the majority. And nothing illustrates this tension between these two stories more clearly than the evolution of our voting rights. So the franchise in our nation has not always moved in a straight line. We all know that, and it has expanded and at times has contracted as the commitment to those shared values in our nation have been tried and tested. And this year, we prepare to write another page in our story. We see rising pressure on election systems with misinformation that challenges agreed upon principles and processes, with scrutiny that is often disconnected from reality on how actually elections work, and resources that are constrained as costs grow more complex and complicated. And also we see real risks, from cybersecurity threats to physical disruptions that can have a negative effect both on the operation as well as the public confidence. it is in these kinds of moments that the first story can begins to reappear. Not always dramatic, not always making the headline, but when access becomes uneven and when confidence is replaced by doubt, when participation declines because people don't question whether their participation in the process and their voices matter, that is how disengagement begins, not loudly, but gradually. That is why the second story requires active work, and that's why it's one of the key concepts of our elections department. We strongly believe that government by the people is not self-executing. It becomes real only in those instances when every eligible voter has a clear, reliable path to participate, and when the rules are applied fairly, no matter where the voters live or how they vote. And then democracy does not sustain itself. It requires ongoing investment from both the public as well as institutions that support it. Now, more than ever, that need is not theoretical. It is immediate, and unfortunately, it is growing. And like I said, our department is committed to this second story, and that is another way to introduce the mission of our department that's on the screen. We tell the second story not through words, but through actions. We turn our ideals into access, and we build trust through transparency. We turned rights into lived experiences, whether that is in front of a check-in station, at a polling place in Tuba City, or at the ballot box at the Aquaplex, or at the counting board here in Flagstaff, and then in the final canvassing of election results here with the Board of Supervisors. Because if we don't build these systems well, the first story will begin to take hold quietly, again, unmistakably. There is an important structural reality to elections in our country, despite all the headlines and several headlines from the US Congress and executive orders. Elections are administered locally. The US Constitution delegates that authority to the states, and the Arizona Constitution places that responsibility at the county level. And I don't have to tell this board that responsibility is shouldered by the taxpayers of our county 100%. Federal and state funding in the last fiscal year amounted less than 3% of everything that we needed. So it is true that elections are local in character. So the budget that we put together before you is to ensure that we are meeting our responsibility. It is that we are building our capacity to deliver free, fair, and accessible election. And there are kind of 4 themes that I just want to go over. It's building capacity in people, trained, nonpartisan election workers who apply the rules consistently and treat every voter with respect. Because when participation depends on prior knowledge or confidence alone, some voices are left out. It means places, voting locations that are accessible, compliant, and geographically distributed throughout the county. Because when geography becomes a barrier, the first story begins to reemerge. It means processes, secure ballots, transparent chain of custody, systems that are tested before they're deployed, and audited after the fact. Because again, confidence is not claimed, it's demonstrated. And it also means protection, cybersecurity, contingency planning, and clear communication so that even under duress, whether it is because of high voter turnout, severe weather, or any kind of disruption, the system holds. Because resilience is what ensures that participation remains possible when it matters the most. And again, these are not luxuries. These are infrastructure investments that will ensure that the next generation of voters in Coconino County can tell that second story. I wanted to draw your attention to one part of the handouts that we had given you this earlier today. It's the 2025 year in review. This is a document that reviews all the activities and projects that we took and we embarked on last year and that we have completed. On the back side, you have a dietary label of election facts from our last countywide election in November of 2025 for the community college. But we take this document to our public meetings and share with the public because often people think that election is just a one-day activity. And I wanted to point out on the backside of the election facts some of the projects that we're really proud as a team to have embarked upon and taken on in the last year as part of our accomplishment. So our strategic plan had 6 focus areas, and I just want to highlight the one about improving voter engagement and connection with external interest groups. And I wanted to highlight the precinct task force work that we did last year to bring together a wide spectrum of community representatives, both from the political and voter interest groups, to talk about the precinct distribution in our county. And that exercise was important, not because we want to make sure that the public understands and is engaged in these processes, but it is important because it allowed us to build relationship with different people from different perspectives and to get them together in the room to talk about how and the how and the why precincts exist and how to make them more efficient and better for our county. Another important project that we took on that I'm very proud of our entire team is the update in the website for our elections department. So we take on we do a lot of work to provide accessible ADA compliant voting equipment at polling locations, remedy and remediate different polling sites to ensure that voters have access. But when we looked internally at our website, we discovered several gaps that needed to be filled right away. And through the tenacious work of all the staff and especially Holly and Sharon that are here, we were able to increase significantly the ADA score for our webpage from the low 70s to a 96, meaning that our website is compliant now for people that need accessibility more than just accessibility in different formats, be it voice, be it like for hearing and visual. So that's like a great accomplishment that we're very proud of. I'm not going to go through all the other activities because I feel like that is too much to share. But those are important facts that I wanted to share with the board. In our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis, we wanted to make sure that we could present to the board a full view of all the opportunities and items that exist. But we decided to kind of break this up into a little bit more at different levels because elections are interrelated, both at the federal, state, and county level. But I wanted to highlight that in terms of the strengths is the collaborative structure within our department and the collaborative structure that exists across the county and across county departments when it comes to election. At the federal level, These are both threats, opportunities, as well as things to watch out for in the next few months as we approach the midterm election. At the federal level, the Department of Homeland Security dismantled an important group at the beginning of 2025, a very important group that provided election officials across the country very critical information about cybersecurity threats. This is the CISA, the ISAC. That organization no longer exists under the Department of Homeland Security, and it has put a lot of the strains and a lot of the gaps to either at the state level or further down to the county level. Federal grants and funds have either reduced or are unavailable to support election administration. I think I gave the number of less than 3% of the funding came from the federal level earlier on. But I also wanted to note here that the state of Arizona has disallowed any private grants for election, again, making it more expensive at the local level to make up those resources necessary to run elections, including outreach activities. What's also a little worrisome in the synopsis of and the layout for the upcoming election is the inconsistency in communication, direction, and support at the federal level. I think there are several pending lawsuits and court cases about several aspects of federal executive orders and federal decisions that create, again, an inconsistency and create that sense of doubt in the system that has worked for many, many years previously. At the state level, we see a high number of statewide propositions and ballot referrals. I think this is not any different and not news, but we are preparing for a 2-page ballot in the upcoming general election. But what's important to also note about the statewide propositions, and again, because they affect the ability of the voters to suss out what information is accurate and what information is not, is that there will be competing propositions on the ballot about election administration. While this is not new, it's something that, again, will add to that overall anxiety and voter confusion. There are also, at the state level, there are limitations of resources. Election night results reporting that was previously provided by at the Secretary of State's level is no longer available for the counties, and they're looking at some other tools in order to ensure that their cybersecurity profile remains in top form for their core mission and abilities.
Fowler has a question.
Yes, could you explain that a little bit, the election night results? Do you mean that being able to collect all the information from the counties and posting it, or what do you mean by that?
So there are two election night results reporting websites. One is at the county level, and one is at the state level. The Secretary of State is responsible for the election night result for the statewide races, the governor, the attorney general, all those, the legislature. They will continue to provide that service for those statewide races. Previously, Coconino County was part of that website, with the county results being a separate page, but hosted by the Secretary of State's, and they were linked together. That's no longer going to be available for the upcoming election. I do have some good news. This presentation was a little bit before we came up with a solution, and thanks to Erica for helping us navigate that. But we do have an election night results alternative that will link to the Secretary of State and would make that experience to our voters seamless on election day. Thank you for that question. And also, another positive or at the state level is that we are working with both the Arizona Clean Election and the Arizona Secretary of State to fund 3 fellowship NAU students to do a fellowship for the entire election cycle. And that's a funding that is coming from both Clean Elections, the Secretary of State, as well as Coconino County. So that is a good positive outcome of that change. Again, some of the challenges revolve around the unpredictability and uncertainty of legislation. Like, we're tracking very closely where some of the election proposals are and what do they mean in the long run for us. The change of the primary election, the change of the primary election date from August to July 21st created a ripple effect of issues with securing some of our polling locations that have traditionally been polling sites and had already committed. And I want to acknowledge and because it took a lot for some of these public institutions that offer their facilities to us. It took a lot for them to arrange their schedules and programming. And that's the Museum of Northern Arizona, the Aquaplex. They were able to get through that and allow us and reshuffle some of their programming to allow us to continue to provide support to the voters from those locations. So let's kind of talk about the local level. And like I said earlier, that elections happen at the local level, and the picture locally looks much better than the other 2 areas that I covered. I think the positive is that the Board of Supervisors has an outstanding leadership when it comes to election. I think our board is committed through the action and investments to free, secure, and transparent election. And as a election administration and working with my colleagues at the Elections Department, we're very appreciative of your continuous support. We have, I think, at the local level, very strong political party relationships. And I think that has been something that we've intentionally built up, because we know that sometimes misinformation and disinformation can come from different areas, and it's important to have those relationships built through several election cycles, and that is definitely a positive. We have very strong internal processes at the Elections Department, and a good, strong partnership with the Recorder's Office. And that is very key because of our shared responsibility and shared roles in ensuring that voters receive the services that they need without disregard to who provides them to them. So it's one seamless service. Again, I think the polling locations, like, this is more of a challenge that I wanted to point out, that many of our polling sites are becoming hesitant in this political climate to provide their facilities to election. And that is kind of like something that kind of hurts, because elections in our county have traditionally been a celebration of our right to vote and a celebration of our participation. But it is something that we are seeing that different polling locations are having kind of second thoughts and asking a lot of good questions. I think we have some good information and some great collaboration with both the county attorney's office as well as with the sheriff's office to kind of stand up our contingency planning and to work through, like, different scenarios that may arise. But again, that's something that at the local level we are seeing. Wanted to touch base on our strategic initiative requests, SIRs for the upcoming year. I think Erica already mentioned them, but I just wanted to touch on them and give a little bit more of a texture and background on each of them. So the primary and the general election, like those are two activities. The primary cost of our election is the deployment of over 400 election workers throughout the county. So that makes up like almost 50% of that overall cost of getting the people that are running elections on at our polling locations. And it's kind of great because sometimes when I go and I was in Page and Williams, like people would say like, oh, like, so you work for I would tell them that I work for the elections department, and they say like, oh, you work for Barbara, like the inspector at the polling location. So those are local people that people know and appreciate and have a deep connection with. The other SIR is for the election equipment, is from the Election Equipment Replacement Fund. So this fund is a capital fund that every time we run an election for local jurisdictions, we set some money aside in order to replace our election equipment. These are our tabulators, these are accessible voting machines, check-in stations for voters. We have this as a placeholder for the capital fund this year, just in case we need to make some emergency purchases after our primary election in order to have, again, a successful general election. And then the fourth SIR is the medical costs for those activities when our employees countywide are not covered by the workers' comp. So this is in the risk area. What?
Yeah, has a question.
So these medical costs for drug exposures and whatever, are you requiring them to wear gloves and masks when they're taking care of the inside, working, helping people?
Yes, so every position in the county, while they're providing those services, like they have their own PPE, like personal protective equipment that they are using. This is those incidents where there may be some potential exposure, and before that employee needs to get some to go and see a doctor and get some medical assessment done. The workers' compensation fund or insurance does not kick in until there is a positive issue from that potential exposure. So this would kind of cover that interim, like that in-between due diligence to make sure that our employees are going and getting the care that they need, and cost is not a deterrent for their well-being. Hopefully, Supervisor Begay, I answered your question. I know it's a.
No, what's in her water? That's it's water.
I drew the short stick by coming right after the presentation from HHS. So I was not lucky in that regard.
I was thinking, if one of the requirements be where they're vaccinated fully? No, we can't do that. That's what she was saying. No, you can't do that. It's okay.
Yeah, so this is again
for protection, prevention, whatever,
I mean, that like all employees like do whatever they need to do in their personal life. This is just to deal with if there is an incident or exposure, and to allow our employees to feel that we are taking care of them before, like we never wish it, but if there is like a need for workers' compensation, that insurance is there to make employees whole. But this is in that interim period to ensure the well-being and safety of the employee. So one other item I wanted to also cover with you is our 10-year replacement, equipment replacement plan. I want to say thanks to Siri because she's great at kind of like helping us develop this plan. But there are a couple of important items that I wanted to like highlight in this plan. So historically, our election equipment that we purchased had a, yes, I did. It's the last page of the PowerPoint presentation. Absolutely. So what I will, and I don't want to get into like all the numbers because that's not the point. The point is that over the next 4 to 5 years, we would have to replace our election equipment in order to be compliant with new certification from the Election Assistance Commission. And those purchases are pretty significant purchases that are of technology and of systems that we use for our for administering election. I want to point out two things again in line with what I said earlier about the level of limited investment from the federal government. In the past, when we've purchased election equipment because of the standards have changed at the federal level, we've received a significant kind of like upstart funding to make those purchases. This 10-year plan accounts on a portion of that money to come, but the bulk of the resources would have to be coming from the local level, from the general fund. The change in the election equipment that we are seeing, and this is a trend, is that the life cycle of the equipment is becoming shorter and shorter. And there are more of the service-based models. So you purchase the capital up front. Previously, in previous like systems, once you did that upfront capital $1 million purchase, like you were good for like 15 years. Now the kind of the business model has changed significantly, where you purchase maybe like $800,000 worth of equipment, but you have a $200 every year maintenance fee and service fees. So that exponentially increases the burden and increases the ability for all of us to kind of navigate like the revenue sources. So just wanted to put that out there. I think the one thing that I can share with the board is that in fiscal year 2028, which is not the presidential general election, but it's like right before that, is where these new voluntary standards will be coming into play. So that's where, like, theoretically, and there's still a lot more work that needs to be done, but that's when theoretically we would need to do a refresh of our major capital equipment at a pretty significant cost. I think, again, the good thing is that the county has proactively set aside some of the money from the local jurisdictions to make up some of the funding for the equipment by assessing a fee. But I don't know that would be, again, in this model, it's not going to be sufficient enough to sustain us in the long run.
Supervisor Fowler has a question.
Thank you. I like more information on that. I don't think this is happening to all counties in the country. So, Andy, and I'm wondering if this is something that we can bring up to NACO Edge. NACO Edge is a collaborative purchase, and also they try to work with all counties across the country on purchasing equipment that are required at a lower cost. So I'm thinking this may be something for the NACO Edge to really look at, and we can bring it up at the meetings. So just wondering, Madam Chair, if we could maybe look in that area to see if we can do that.
Looks like she added it. I think that's good to take a look at. So, and I'm assuming that, you know, that 10-year capital plan and the cost for this equipment, we're factoring all this in. So, as part of our budget.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, part of in developing this with the elections office was to look at where do those shortfalls happen. So we actually do have a transfer tentatively plugged in, and then what we'll do is continue to evaluate each year, you know, any variances from this budget plan, but we do have a placeholder to keep this funded.
So that sums up the presentation. And again, I want to go back to the how I began this story or this presentation today, because I think it is very telling. I feel like we are committed to that second story, that democracy is encompassing. Democracy is a living thing where our processes are open and transparent, because that is like a better outcome for our community. So with that said, I'd be happy to take any questions from the board as well.
And not only is it a better outcome, it's an expected outcome of this community. So, you know, open, fair, transparent elections, I think that Coconino County has always been has not only championed that, but has exemplified and lived that. So we want to keep that going. I know we have a midterm election this year, and coming up, we're going to have a general election. So I'm very pleased with the professionalism and commitment in your office and the new election center. It's not so new anymore, I guess, but with that election center, which I think really shows that we are absolutely fulfilling our community's commitment to open, fair, and transparent elections. So thank you for that. Other comments, Chris? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious on the local trend where it talks about polling locations may not want or be available to host local elections. Is that related to safety issues or political issues? I'm just curious.
I think it comes in the form of the safety issues because of the political climate is so charged up, and people feel like for their facilities, like they're bringing in like a volume of people that are already maybe excited about like participating and don't want to like run that risk and be exposed to those kinds of risks. But like I said, it's not something that is happening across the board. It's a trend that I want to be mindful of because it does have consequences on the distribution of the polling locations and the configuration of polling places in order to serve our voters.
But you are aware of some locations in Coconino County that are shying away from their availability because of that? Okay.
Yes.
School districts. Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Elections are so important, especially right now. And so I guess my one question is, knowing that this election is so important in November, have all the preparations been made to make sure that it's clear and transparent and that security is well in place to make sure that our elections are allowed to run smoothly in our local county?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Vasquez. I think, and maybe I did not do justice to the achievements because I was trying to be like kind of brief, but we've been preparing for the upcoming election in January of 2025. And that is thanks to the dedication of the group of people that I work with and that share that vision and desire to serve the voters of our county. So we've done everything from reviewing our processes, like both external processes and internal processes by bringing different people in. I can say enough about the collaboration that exists at the department level with our county attorney's office, with the sheriff's office, with communication, with facilities, public works. We went through an exercise with the Secretary of State last week, And we were the only county, and I'm very proud of this because we were the only county that had the broadest representation of departments attending that tabletop exercise to build our capacity and our muscle memory to serve the voters, not on a good day, but in a day where things can go sideways, and honor that process and that commitment to you as the board, but to our voters ultimately.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And I was more just trying to prod you to say more about all the good things you're doing because, I constantly hear from folks where they don't trust elections these days because of the political climate and whatnot, and constantly want to remind them, no, here locally, like I don't know what people do in other states or whatnot, but I know here, I trust the elections here. And I just wanted you to share more about what you're doing to ensure that our public has the confidence in our elections, because I believe in what you guys do, and I've seen it over the 5 years, and so I just really respect it. And right now, our democracy depends on elections, free, fair, and transparent elections, and so your job is so crucial at this time in our history. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
I just, elections, you have to maneuver with the times, and you have done that. And I just want to recognize all of your staff, all the volunteers, all of our county staff that become volunteers on election day, travel to wherever they're going to be traveling to meet the challenge of the day that day. But in our county, I think you said election is a celebration. It really is. And I think that it's challenging to make sure that everyone is safe, that all the equipment is there, ballots are there, everything that you need to check off every item. And you all do it with a really amazing calmness and being able to deliver for that one day until everyone finds out the results. So I just want to recognize you for that. And then your partnership, and just processing and going through with you on identifying where the voting location, polling place will be, and the challenge that you face getting that, making sure that it's a secure facility. Just the amount, what you look at, ADA accessibility, making sure there's internet, making sure there's parking, making sure that there's, the building and the facility where the election will take place is a safe one and big enough to, and then just the partnership with the Navajo Nation, just to mention that alone is a great challenge. Working with another government and signing those agreements with them, that's a huge undertaking. And just one case that we worked on, county attorney was able to help us. I just want to thank our county attorney, and you already mentioned all the others too, but when I know we work on that. So anyway, I think it's just amazing how much work that you all do just to conduct election. Everything has to be timely, and then the primary election date change. Is it really going to happen? And then it happens. Okay, who does this impact? And then we had to work with Navajo Nation to change that, and you really led the charge in all of that. And then community education, just community education about when that election will be, what you need. Then what kind of documents do I have to have? All of that. It's just a great undertaking. So I want to recognize all your staff, and then your partnership and close partnership, and it's almost intertwined, is the recorder's office. So I just want to recognize all of you. So just thank you for that. And I think that your equipment request for the next 10 years, I think that is, like, I guess newer vehicles don't last as long anymore too. I don't know. They could make a machine that could work a lot longer, but guess they're not there yet, or they're not willing to now. So anyway, just want to thank you and all of your staff. Thanks.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think that is part of like the changing dynamic with some of these vendors' business models and the ability to have shorter turnover for their capital. One point I wanted to also mention is that we will be coming to the Board of Supervisors for an update with the elections plan for both the primary and general election on June 2nd. And that's where we will like discuss a little bit more in depth some of our preparations and our planning for both polling locations, poll workers training, contingency communications, and all those different facets, and to give you some realistic measures of what like the public should be expecting from the elections department leading to the primary and the general election as well.
All right. Well, again, thank you. And thank you to your staff that are here and those online. Really appreciate all you do. You are the cornerstone of our democracy. So thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our presentations for today. We do, for the next 2 days, we have a bit of an amended schedule to make some time for possible discussion. Siri, would you mind handing that? Can I have one?
Schedule?
Thanks, Siri.
A new schedule?
A new schedule, but it's just slightly amended. Whereas, so for tomorrow, for example, we were to start with Public Works and then consent agenda. We recommend we go straight to the consent agenda approval, and it's only consent agenda. There is also one for the health district and the jail district, and then Public Works, and then we're working information technology in for tomorrow morning as well. Previously, I believe they were on Wednesday. And then the afternoon with emergency management, flood control being the bulk, and then Board of Supervisors, which I think, Lindsay, you'll present that one, right? The Board of Supervisors. And then on Wednesday.
Better do a good job on that, Lindsay.
I have we have full confidence. Lindsay always does a good job with everything she does. And then Wednesday, Finance, Facilities Management, Human Resources, so our Internal Services Department, WIOA, and then break for lunch, and then County Manager. You'll notice 2 to 5 reserved for discussion. That allows us to have maybe even a bit of wrap-up discussion, but we also may need to work with our attorneys on an executive session as well. We'll sit on that, working on that as I seek. So. Yeah. So, and then Thursday, wrap up from 11 to 4:30. We have United Way breakfast prior to that. As you can see, we're taking notes. We added a few things to the list. Good discussion today, and so sometimes in our discussions, things begin to resolve themselves as we talk. So that's the balance of our day. I think it's manageable through the week.
All right, good. I was afraid you were changing the times. I go, no.
No, not significantly, but enough to work in some discussion we may need to have on Wednesday.
And Thursday, I think this will be okay, but I have an appointment at 4, but hopefully
On
we'll,
Thursday.
yeah, on Thursday. All right. Any other comments, questions from our county management or from the board on? All right. Well, thank you. As always, great job and really good discussions with the departments. Really appreciate that. You ready? All right. We're adjourned.